Helps if I unmute. Hello. I'm here. I apologize. I was accosted by my neighbor when I was simply running to the shop, who wanted to tell me the life and times of the street and the disasters that are happening with permit parking and legal issues, and I don't know. How is the sound? We are kind of on the new PC. Is everything okay? Hang on, why have I got so many different things going on here? Get rid of that. I think that's okay. Is it all sound? Is it all good? We are on the new PC. So I'm late because I've still been setting the damn thing up. It's been a long process. Accosted. Yes. She caught me. I normally try to hide from these things. So, yes, we are here. We're alive. What a week it has been. How are we all doing? Sorry for such a long wait time. Normally I don't like leaving you guys waiting more than 10 minutes, but I was just going to go pop to the shop to get something to drink because I realized I had nothing in the house. And yeah, got accosted. So, do not go outside. Don't touch grass, right? The new PC is a beast. Absolute beast, the new PC. Oh. Sorry, Cole. I know, I'm a terrible person. Oh. So, I'll tell you the tale. I'll tell you the tale of the PC. There I was, Sunday afternoon, after a long working week, having a bit of Diablo fun with Fix. We were gonna do some dungeons. It was all going great, and me and my infinite wisdom I was decided not to play Raid at the same time as playing Diablo because I was having a few issues with my PC in the sense that storage is a bit of a problem, and you know, it was a 3-year-old PC. I built it during the first lockdown. It gets used a hell of a lot. And we were talking a couple of weeks ago, like, oh, maybe we need to upgrade. Maybe I need to take it back to factory setting. Maybe I need to do something, right? We were talking about it. Anyway, I forgot on Sunday to not play Raid at the same time as Diablo. And I guess I killed the PC. I don't know whether it was a combination of heat, whether it was a combination of just like age, but the PC died. It sort of died. It kind of said USB over current. It sort of died. I could still manage to boot it, I just couldn't boot it with anything connected to it. I had to connect it afterwards. So whatever happened, it totally died. Anyway, I was able to at least back everything up, so that was good. We didn't lose anything. But, like, anyone who's a developer, or anyone who does any sort of, like, extensive work knows, setting up a brand new PC again is an absolute chore. I got the PC yesterday at 2 p.m. Fair play, Fix sorted it out. I was on the call with Fix, and Fix was like, don't worry, we'll sort it out, we'll figure it out. And we basically got a PC within like next day delivery, which is incredible considering like how difficult it is to get a high-powered PC. And yeah, so we got it delivered, got it at 2 p.m. I'm still setting things up as of now. Like components, installations, getting things backed up, restoring my Git repositories, restoring all the code repositories, installing different software, trying to do CvC at the same time. It is a blimming chore. Oh. There was a lot of cat fur. Not in the PC, around the PC. You know, like when you move, like, have you ever seen like the Indiana Jones films, and they like open the doorway for the first time, there's like a line of sand. That's kind of like what the fur was around the computer tower. So the new one is not on the floor. We've also bought an air purifier to try and help with the dust. I have a cooling fan coming tomorrow as well, because this room of mine is like a furnace, even when it's cool. So it's going to be like a nice, chilled work environment. But it's very, very good. Very appreciative to Fix, who sorted me out and got us back up, because I wasn't really stressing, but I was, because I was like, how can I record? How can I get content out? The content today is overdue by 3 days, and I felt like I wasn't doing what I wanted to do, and also I wasn't able to develop stuff. You know, I have got other devices I can use, but it's not the same thing as a primary working. So yeah, consequently, the old one, I was able to back everything up. I did have backups, Michael, yeah. I use a lot of GitHub, so most of my code was committed. You know, I do a habit these days of making sure every day I commit all the changes of my code up. Got all the OBS setups and everything. There's a few things I forgot, but we mostly got it all backed up. So the coolest thing about the new PC, I can actually make it change color to the music that's playing. This is a Fiction PC, right? Fiction, when he plays games, I kid you not, the first thing he looks at is how good are the cosmetics. I'm pretty sure when we do Fateless, the cosmetics are going to be the best. Like when we do a game with Fateless, the cosmetics are going to be the best cosmetics you've ever seen in any game, because Fix is involved and he loves the cosmetic. I'm pretty sure the only thing he did in Diablo Immortal was buy the cosmetic. So this is a Fiction PC because it's very colorful. I can get it to change colors and everything. It has got like a beast of a graphics card in it. The graphics card is like it's not even like a computer device. It's a weapon. The thing is huge. It's like bigger than my arm. So, am I enjoying the new PC? Yes, Earbad. It is. Now that I've started using it properly, it is rapid. Like just coding, developing, playing the game. Like we had Diablo 4 on ultra high, and it wasn't even taking a chunk out of the GPU. It was gross. So, hey Sav, this past weekend I pulled Tramaria. Do you think her and Chamael would do work in Hydra? I feel like she would keep taking turns with both the passives. Yeah, Tramaria's job really is like I feel like she's one of those champions that really isn't a void legendary, but what she does really well. So she's very good at this like full cleanse. She's going to do a lot of turn meter. Right, that's her kind of job. She's going to do a lot of turn meter control. She does have a stun, which is cool, but she's more of a progression champion in my opinion. Like she's kind of like a one-trick pony. She's got a great aura, but like, yeah, I don't know. She could be quite good, as I said, in Hydra. I think that's a pretty fair point. There's no cooldown on this, so fills this champion's turn meter about whenever an enemy tries to place a fear. Yeah. Obviously, she's not immune to fear, but she'll get a lot of turn meter. So yeah, I can see the value. The graphics card is a 4080. RTX 4080. So yeah. The graphics card is a beast. And I get to look at it now, which I didn't get to before. It's on the desk now. I've kind of rejigged my office around completely to make it a little bit more habitual, because it was getting a little bit overwhelmed. So we've got some more floor space. We've got it off the floor, so the dust and fur should be a little bit better. And the air purifier should hopefully make the environment just a little bit less muggy. So yeah, we were looking at the 4090 one, Al Bundy, but my concern was time, right? I didn't really have the amount of time to wait. I needed a new PC pretty quickly so that I could get working again, because essentially I was working at like 70% capacity. I couldn't really do any content, so we needed to get something sorted. So the one we were looking at basically sold out as we were looking at it. So this one, to be honest, the 4080 is not that different from a 4090. It's just a little bit tuned down, but it's absolutely fine. But well, you need a PC cam, yeah. It's I'll take a picture of it and post it later on Discord. It's a beast. Hey Alien, how's it going? Someone asked me what my part is in Fateless. Right now, Fateless is in its early stages. So the people that are involved in it most are, as you can imagine, Hellhades, Fiction, Sham. That's pretty much it. I'm there helping out with getting all the different like technical stuff, like the socials and the Discord setup. But right now, it's very much a like the game is going to take a while to develop because we're still working out all the legalities, the top stuff of the thing. At some point, I'll obviously be assisting and helping out. But let's face it, there's an arm, like I've got literally like an essay worth of stuff that we need to do on Raid and stuff like that. So my time right now is much better spent delivering stuff for the website that's going to help you out right now rather than working on that other stuff. But it's a long process. It's exciting though. It's just really exciting because the company's going in new directions. We've got new different things spawning and new different ideas, and I strongly believe with the team that we've got, the experiences that we have got available to us, and the people that we're going to be working with, we can build the best game for the community. out there. I strongly believe that you do not need to make lots of money to make a good game. You can have a profitable game that doesn't rip off your community. Like, it doesn't always have to be about financial gain. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure the graphics card is like a quarter, like at least half the price of the whole PC. What are we doing today? We are going to be doing a lot of CvC. I've got to do some forging. We're going to be talking about what's going on. We might have a little look at Fury if we get some time. But my clan right now is in a very, very competitive CvC race. We're going to have a look at it. So, do you know what IP it is? I can't tell you. I'm much better at keeping secrets than Hellhades. I say that. I'm not really, I guess. It's probably a good thing that I'm not involved in most of the conversations right now, because I'd probably be like, oh, this is so exciting. Oh, I cannot wait. The fact that I know roughly what's happening but not enough detail is a good thing. How much did it cost you? It weren't cheap. That's all I'm going to say. It weren't cheap. Fix is lurking. You know, I don't. The thing is, Fix, I literally know nothing beyond the basics, and the basics, like, there's nothing really to tell, so I can't leak anything, right? You were smart to keep me well away from the details. But as I was saying, Fix, we know for a fact any game we develop is going to have the best goddamn cosmetics we've ever seen. Because you're involved. You love a cosmetic. I'm pretty sure you could make any game, like, really profitable with your attention to detail cosmetics. No, I knew about it. It's only going to have cosmetic. There you go. There we go. And I'm pretty sure that we, like, one of the monthly reports will be like, oh, we've done really well this month on cosmetics, and it'll be like fiction purchase, fiction purchase, fiction purchase. Like, yeah, I just bought my own cosmetics. You maxed Ultimate Death Knight. Ah, oh, brutal. Oh, we can talk about brutal. So I had like 6 Void Shards. And of course, Yumako is a champion that would really help my account. Do we think I got Yumako? If you remember, you already know by now I didn't. Instead, no, we avoided Whirlim. We got budget Jorgid. Goddamn budget Jorgid. I built him because I'm like, I refuse to. At least I had a 4-star soul for him. I mean, you pulled it today. Congratulations, Yumako is like God tier. God tier. I'm like, oh. I figured I'd gear him anyway, right? I mean, what the hell? So he can do some cool stuff, right? Because of this passive, he's actually somewhat quite fun to play with in certain situations, right? Because you don't need to build any speed or any accuracy with him at all. You can just build him full nuke, right? This doesn't need accuracy. This doesn't need accuracy. This doesn't need speed. So you can, like, you can literally just build him 0 speed. 0. Right? Because why? Because all you do is you come into an arena battle, like, say, like, let's just find a random one. I don't know. Let's go with this one here. Right? And you just basically go, let's see if I can find the right setup. That's... where is he? That's... just do that, I guess. As a concept, right? Because he gets... Oh, he stole my turn meter. Because he gets all these buffs from Necrat, he doesn't need speed. Look, when I give him a buff, he won't need speed. The only downside is Geomancer, for some reason, is tuned to steal turn meter. God knows why. You know, and when you do then A1 with Necrat, steal some buffs. It's kind of cool, I guess. I mean, it does hit hard. It's not exactly high-end meta, but he can do it. I mean, I wonder what this is a bit better test. Yeah, you don't need any speed on. See, look how much speed. Look how much turn meter. Because he gets so many buffs. He's in Lightning Cage, so he gets Lightning Cage buffs. He doesn't need it. He'll go probably nearly as fast as like a 200 speed champion. So now we can just go. Let's just take away her buffs. Cool. I just got all those buffs. That's going to give me even more turn meter. And then we can just go, do you know what? I want you dead. It's not that he's bad. It's just that once he does his A2, he doesn't do enough compared to Jorgid. His A, it's basically, he's an A2 all or nothing. But he's quite good at stealing buffs. He's also, like, pretty toxic into polymorph. So if you get polymorphed, that's kind of where the problem is. But if you don't get polymorphed, he's actually... His utility is quite good, right? I mean, he's got no masteries. He's not booked. He's level 40, and he's just, like, rinsing them. Granted, as I said, like, these aren't, like, meta teams, right? I don't know how strong that team would have been. The problem is, they released him, then they released Jorgid. I'm using Yumako. This is Yumako. Do you not know? Yumako actually carries a scythe. But it's quite useful for just going yeet the buffs. But you can see there, that should, if I'm using a Void Legendary, kill. It doesn't. Like this is the AoE nuke. That's really weak. I know masteries would and books would improve it, but you can see what I mean. Like, he just doesn't have enough oomph outside of his A2. But his A2 and his A1 is pretty nifty because we can steal the buffs every single time. And if I want to just kill someone, his A2 is great. The A2 is where it's at. The problem is if you don't really get much else other than one ability. And he kind of needs Necrat. Like, his value drops considerably without Necrat because Necrat allows him to run at 110 speed. I can literally run him base speed because Necrat's going to give him so much turn meter. Oh, is it a bit low? Hang on, let me adjust that. There we go. Yeah, so his issues are he's going to get polymorphed. And what I don't like is this replaces increased defense with a decreased defense, right? The problem is if they've got block debuffs, it doesn't work. So the issue is you need this to remove block debuffs as well. If this removed block debuffs, then it wouldn't be so bad because he is dependent on these two debuffs. He needs these two debuffs. Needs them. And he can't place these debuffs unless he's taking the buffs. So it's kind of like this ability, it needs to form like a very, very niche scenario where, okay, you're up against a Siphi Mithrala that doesn't have block debuffs up. Like, it's such a niche requirement that you're going to be able to activate this because he doesn't take away the block, but he should. It should actually go, before attacking, removes any block debuffs with block buffs, any increased defense with decreased defense, and any strengthen with any weaken. That's what it should do. Then it's great. It's really good then. This is great. I actually think this ability is very strong. This ability is very, very, very strong. I don't think this needs adjustment. I actually think this is quite good as well. I actually think this is okay. It's this ability that kills him, because what it means is you don't have any AoE capacity. So can you actually kill everyone in time? But I do think him in Lightning Cage with a high awakened Necret the Great in Life Harvest, you can get through teams. Like, you can. Like, maybe we'll draft it up in Live Arena now, see how much it can do when there's actually better teams, because these teams are like, you know, I can kill these teams with anything, really. Yeah, it's horrendous. I can't wait for my air cooling tower to come, Crouching Grandpa. It's so warm. Question, is the arena the best use of Yumako? Yumako can be used everywhere. That A2 ability on Yumako is so broken, it will delete the game content. Like here, for example, right? I can't really gain any benefit other than direct damage from this A2, because I can't place decreased defense because there's no increased defense. I can't place weaken because there's no strengthen. I can't remove the block buffs. So I can't actually place... I can't remove the block debuffs. I can't place block buffs. So it's just damage. So I might as well just pick this target and try and kill it. That's the goal. What I should have done was A1 instead, like this. I should A1 here, take the buffs away. When I steal the buffs, I gain turn meter, which helps. Hey Agrias, it is pumping now. It's pretty good. I'm now that I've got it mostly set up, I'm starting to adjust some of the things that I had set up before. It's pretty pumping. I'm pretty happy with it, as it should be based on its price. Like, just to give you a comparison to how much different it is, I usually code in Visual Studio. When I run debug mode, it used to take about 3 minutes to boot up. It took 10 seconds today. 10 seconds. How nuts is that? But you can see what I mean. Like, obviously, mine's not maxed out, so it's not a very good example. But you can see what I mean by he kind of needs Necra. He kind of needs, like, a bit more damage on that A1. But he's very good in a... Like, if there was a non-polymorph meta, Ileal's value would increase a lot, because his A1 is actually quite good. To be able to just fully steal all the buffs off a target is actually quite strong. And eventually, when you get the cooldowns booked, you'll start seeing, like, I can start taking people out. I think Lightning Cage is his best one as well, if I'm being honest. So... the thing about Yumako's A2 is anything that causes you problems, it solves, right? So if you imagine, you're going to get fears from the Head of Torment. Well, you're not, because 50-50 is going to get transferred back to the Hex target. So every time he tries to place a fear, there's a 50% chance he can't, because it'll get deflected. When you're in Agreth, the Nether Spider, well, 50% of the time, all the poisons are going to get sent back. When you're doing Doom Tower, when you're doing Dragon 10 hard, well, 50% of the time, all of those poisons are going to get sent back. Do you see what I mean? Like, she disables the game content with that A2. It's such a strong ability. It's stronger than her reset ability, if I'm being honest. It is stronger than her reset ability. So all you have to imagine, any area in the game in which a debuff causes you problems, she just immediately resolves, because you cannot debuff your team. Pretty much, you can't debuff the team when the Yumako's in the team. It's very hard if she's got a Hex out. Let's take him into Live Arena. Nobody will ban it, right? I wouldn't have thought. I actually haven't played that much Live Arena. I was decaying the other day. I had to quickly do one. Power of the M2 SSD hard drive is a 2 gig. I don't know the power of it. How old is my PC? I built it in the first lockdown, but I was using some legacy parts. I think the power supply unit was like 8 years old. Probably. I want to say. I would say the power supply unit was 8 years old. But it was only had like a GTX 16 1660 was a mid-range card. It had like a Ryzen 5 CPU, so this is a massive improvement in power. So what we're going to do is we're going to run these two like this. Yeah, because what happens, Liam, is it's the same way deflection works. Deflected abilities work before the debuff is placed, whereas Reho is different, because Reho receives the debuff, then sends it back. The order in which it happens is very important. So because she does it before the debuff is placed, the protection applies after the buff is, or the buff or debuff is placed. Same works with the protection set. You place the buff, then you apply the protection set on afterwards. We should probably just take out you, I think. So she's just Giga Broken. And I'll, to be honest, yeah, I thought they'd do that. It's good. I could go crit rate. I could just go like that. To be honest, the change they've made with Yumako's A2 is a bit of a joke. I don't know why they've done it. You're almost like telling everyone now you need just Yumako. They're basically saying Warlord is useless, you need Yumako in live arena and endgame arena. It's just trash. No, it has to be her Hex. Yeah, it has to be her Hex. But yeah, even like block revive, Yumako can basically transfer the block revive. Oh, he died. Oh, because apparently my whoopsie. Turns out my Vlad had the Necret passive. It's fine. He should survive now because the shield should block it. Okay, never mind. Outside of Cardiel, Yumako is probably the strongest champion in the game, I would argue. Well, we've lost this. We mainly lost it because Aileel didn't get the Necret passive, so he didn't get Terminator boosted. It's not over yet, but it's not looking great. Kill him again. Should have revive on death. Okay, we're kind of screwed. Cardiel, not Cardinal. Cardiel. Well. What is Constantine's... what is Necret's passive here? What is the condition? The lowest max HP. So apparently I had more max HP. How much has he got? So he's 38,455. He's 33,531. How much does Aileel have? Surely can't be beating a full level Vlad. Why didn't Necret place the buffs on... Why did he place it on Vlad? With the lowest maximum HP. Aileel passive. Aileel passive? What's Aileel's passive? He's got two parts, isn't he? Okay, fair point. Thank you. So he's got 6,550 attack, which means he's going to get... $12,000 HP. So I need someone with 40,000 HP. I don't know if any of my nukers have. Yeah, it's the Aileel passive, it is. So I need to find a nuker that's got more than 40,000 HP, which is going to be a bit of a chore. don't think I have one. Always bring Rorik. Even he's not got enough. What have you got? All my nukers have got like 30,000 HP. Like, oh, he's a little bit better, but he's still low. I could bring Stoltus and bait it out. But surely if I bring Stoltus, they'll just ban the Ileal because Stoltus is not that scary. Oh, Mortu. Mortu will have it. Let's just bring Mortu. That'll scare people. They'll probably ban the Mortu. Let's try it again. Trunda would have been a good option as well, but I don't think she's built. Broken in what way, Crouching? The only thing you need to know about Necret is you want him last in your team order because the way the battle engine works is based on team order. So if your ally takes some damage and Necret is in the higher team order, he'll die before you can place shield on your allies. Saf, big baddie for the first Fateless game? I don't know. We haven't even got that far yet. The key thing is temper your expectations. It's going to take a while to get it going, right? It's not like it's going to happen overnight. What I should do is, do you know what? I'm just going to bring him in now. Like, nobody's going to ban a level 40 Ileal, right? They're going to ban the fully fledged Mortu Macabre, surely. I mean, you'd ban the Mortu Macabre, right? It goes on the lowest base max HP. Well, clearly not, because Ileal has lower base max HP than Vlad. Vlad had 38,000 HP, Ileal has 28. The difference is he gains 2,000 HP. So what should happen now is he should go on Ileal. So long as my Necret does not get banned. I mean, it likely will, because this guy's not going to be terrified of my Mortu Macabre. He's just going to ban my Necret, because that's the way the world works. There we go. That's what I was hoping for. Right, good. We can go this way. So what should happen now is Necret should protect Ileal. Okay? Lowest HP. Boom. Obviously, we're going to lose some turn meter because there's a... What's her face? This is where he's actually quite good, because we can just block that for now. I really shouldn't have used that ability, but hey, it's fine. We could have got slept if we didn't, see? So it's important we did do that. I'm not going to use her A2 yet. The reason why is Ileal's A1 here is going to be very handy, because I can just pick on people and take away their buffs. I can take the counterattack buff. He can't do anything. He's trying to kill a Necret that's got reaction. So I can just go, who do I want to take buffs? Well, I've got to take it away from her. Cool, I've got counterattack now, thank you. I always wanted counterattack. And I can just protect him, I guess. I need the Veil to drop more than anything else, so I can actually go and start taking people out. Because I can just come in here, and I probably can't kill it, but let's give it a go. That's where I need it fully maxed out. Now I'm going to use my second ability here. But you can only use that A1 once. So I can't take any more buffs off of this Duchess. We're kind of locked into that position now. But I can still take buffs off the Siphi and the Rhodus and the Valkyrie. But you can see that the problem is going to be there's just not enough damage in his kit to do this on his own. Just not enough. And you don't have the space or capacity to support multiple ones. So we're going to do this. We're going to lose all these buffs here. It's fine. We're going to get another counterattack probably here. Cool. So now I can go, do you know what? I just want to take away this guy's buff. Boom. Steal. No polymorph. Danderbeer with the 5 gifted memberships. And I think, who was it that renewed earlier? I think it was... someone renewed earlier for 5 months. MM0, was it? Were you in 5 months? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. We could probably do this. Take some buffs away. There's no harm in doing that. Thank you so much, Danderbeer. Really appreciate it. Oh, he got torment. Oh, I was talking to him earlier and I said he was scared about pulling. So what you can do, like this is what I'm saying with Aileel. I've got him built at 110 speed here. So he's really, you can get usage out of him with no speed. I would imagine if he was built with more damage, we'd get more purchase here. But because he's not built with any sort of damage at the moment, because I haven't booked him, I haven't like done his masteries, we're not ignoring enough defense yet. We're also up against friggin' Valkyrie, which is a bit of a nightmare. We need to break the chain, basically. So we have to start like trying to kill. But we're going to lose our team before we can take anyone out. Unfortunately. We're going to lose Necrat. And as soon as we lose Necrat, we lose all of the protection. There he goes. That Aileel has. Luckily, we can get him straight back up. But the Valkyrie's causing more trouble. And then Siffi's going to... There's not enough damage, right? That's the problem. And again, we can still take away buffs from Valk or from Rhodus, but... The problem is he came out a month before Jorgid, and Jorgid came out with just such a better kit. Jorgid gets extra turns, this guy doesn't. You know, I've got to kill one of these champions. It's never going to happen. But it's good to showcase how it can work. You know, like, there's no point me... I have to attack it, but you can see it's just not going to do any damage. Protect him again, get him back under. The nasty thing is, I've got a team with Valkyrie. Valkyrie's kind of negating the benefits of his passive. If Valkyrie wasn't here, this would be so much easier. But because Valkyrie is here, this is so much harder. Because she's providing so much effective HP. And the turn meter dropping is really causing problems. I also don't have enough like utility in the team at all to do anything. Look at it, it's just so much. Like, ignored strength and stone skin increase defense and ally protection. So I can basically try and target this. But you can see it's just not, it's not enough damage at the moment. Now, the good thing about that A2 is when it's fully spec'd up and I've got masteries and I've got Helm Smasher and I've got books on it and it's on a lower cooldown, then that probably will one-shot that Siffi. And if it one-shots, then you're in a good position. The problem is it's got no block revive, it's got no extra turn. So that is the problem with him, essentially. He simply just doesn't have enough damage in his kit. Now, to be fair, some people would say, well, of course not, you're running him at level 40 unbooked without masteries. Fair. It's a fair counter-argument. But even if we looked at something like... Ideally without a Warlord. Right, let's try this team here. Right, if we run it against this team... DM me. Yeah, it just needs a bit more. Like, this situation here is fine, right? Because I can basically come in. I could probably take out the Duchess nearly. That Duchess is dead if I'm fully booked. I can come over here. I can take his buffs, right? This is where his utility is really good. The issue I've got with him is once you take out his A2, utility just falls apart. Like, she's got a lot of buffs at the moment. I could basically go and just steal those buffs. Thank you. Really good. Yeah. And then I can AoE and kill out a couple of his champs. But how do I deal with Rotus now, right? Because essentially I don't have any double hitters. I don't have anything, so I'm going to proc his passive every single time. So he can work. I don't think he's like utter useless. It's not like I've pulled another Whirlim. And you can do some things with him that you can't do with other champions. And I suppose one way to look at it is he's going to help me through the faction wars alongside my other champions. But like, can I not have like a game-changing champion for once? Like, seriously, I have no Warlord or Yumako. Just give me one. 2 Void legendaries back-to-back where I'm just like, ugh. Not great, right? Let's have a look. First picture mirrors plus the second picture to us. No gears to change at any point. I'm just looking at screenshots of the issue. Should be lowest HP. I don't know. Yeah, I got a Necrit a while ago. Necrit's not even in meta anymore. That's the downside. Earbad. Necrit is not in meta anymore. I have no idea, Crouching. Without having more access to more data, like the builds and everything, to know what's going on, I wouldn't be able to tell you. How much of a difference is it if I'm 120 versus 180? I don't have a 100% team for 120. You don't need a 100% team, Dandabear. It's free. Just my team's not 100%. Sometimes my team fails like 7 times in a row. Sometimes it doesn't. Farming this at the top is way better. It is so much better. Like, let me show you this. Stages tool. Display. Let's just check that that button is working. Did it work? Apparently not. Apparently not. That doesn't work anymore. Okay. Oh, maybe I need to... Yeah. I need to check that. Apparently that doesn't work anymore. New PC stuff. If we go to Doom Tower, rotation 3. So if we go to 80 hard, you'll get 1 to 3. Okay, the way that this works is you get a roll of one of them. It's like a 50-50 chance, and then it's equal distribution. You could get 1, 2, or 3, or 3, 4, and 5. So it's 50-50 you get epic or legendary, and it's 3 to 5 there. That's 80, right? Now, if you compare this with 80 to 100, it's a lot more. Basically, at 120, you can walk away with 1 key with 1 chance of getting a 6-star. You can't with 80. It's so much better to run 120 if you can. Even if you're like at 70% fail rate. Even if you're at 50% clear rate. If you've got the time to do it, it's so much better. But congrats on clearing it. 120 Dark Phase is one of the most important things to farm. Can you just click reward info in game? Can you? Yeah, but it doesn't really show you the odds, right? I guess. You're right, yeah. It kind of shows the same, 3 to 5. It's 50-50 chance. So yeah, definitely better to run 120. Like, my team, the way that it runs is I basically go Lissandra into Folger, kill all the clones, and then I put decreased speed out with Ruella. Also decreased defense and weaken so that Whisper can do damage. And then we're just doing 100% turn meter drop, 100% turn meter drop on Lissandra. We've got a 15% turn meter steal on the A1 with Ruella, which means it's technically a 30% turn meter swing. And then we've obviously got a Laws A1. So that's the kind of team I'm running. You don't have to run... Pretty much all of these champions can be interchanged with someone else. You can swap Lissandra for someone like Morrigan or Deacon. If you're going to swap Lissandra for someone who doesn't do increased speed, then you want to make sure that one of these 3 champions, other than Whisper, has an increased speed. You can swap Fulgur for your Carl. You can swap Fulgur for Herndig. You can swap Fulgur for anyone who does an AoE nuke with turn meter. That's kind of the requirements here. Someone with AoE nuke with turn meter control. Herndig, your Carl, Fulgur, great options. Ruella is a decreased speed roll more than anything else. You can run someone like Royal Guard, decreased speed on the A3, A1 decreased defense. Allure makes it a lot easier. You don't need Allure though. You can run it without Allure. There are you can run a Halls Ring if you've got him. You can run more turn meter controls like a Cold Heart. There's so much flexibility options. I like to run Whisper because she just kills the team quicker. Right, will this work? Okay, no. Well, oops. My stream deck's broken, I guess, for now. Apparently, even though it says it does, it doesn't. It's meant to do it, but it's not. So, yes. One doth not know. Figure that one out tomorrow, eh? New PC setup fun. Allure gives you more turn meter control than Cold Heart, and generally Whisper does it good enough. Exactly, Gore. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing, right? All you need to make sure is you've got some form of turn meter manipulation so that you can get your nuker, your wave clear, your clone killer in before your enemy clone killer. So I got Michinaki yesterday. I bought 3 ancient shards from 270 gem and was my second pull. Wow, nice. Yeah, my Michinaki is not in a very good build, I would say. It's kind of weak. So I don't know whether I wouldn't recommend it. I do think lethal is quite good on him, but I do see YSC is quite a good fan of Relentless. He kind of needs help. Now, one of the things I want to do is build into my Brutal team. Oops, let me come out of this. In my Brutal team right now, I think my Brutal team, we're kind of running this team. I want to basically make, I'm pretty sure I want to make Krisk a cursed Krisk. I want to make someone, and the reason why I'm saying Krisk, he's double AoE. Michinaki kind of needs a Hex support. He needs someone to help. He can't keep Hex up on his own, and he's also got affinity issues. I think the new curse set with Michinaki is a very good option if you haven't got the flexibility to bring in another Hexer. And normally you don't really want to dedicate 2 Hex champions in. I feel like it's very excessive. Whereas a curse set gives you a nice opportunity to get both without actually having to commit to another Hex champion. What are you doing, monkey? You haven't said hello yet. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Exactly, yeah. Saf, do you think they're going to fix the live arena medals to be more used like Classic? No. I think the way that they've done it is by design, and I can understand why. It's not broken. It just, they've neutralized the cost of the medals so that they want you to have a linear progression path. They want to make the Great Hall last longer than the area bonuses last longer than the Great Hall. That's what I think they want to do. Yeah, I've used Akimtum in Hydra. I just feel like it's not his best place. Is Cruel the new best set for damage for CB? Cruel? No. Cruel? Do you mean Cruel? Do you mean Retaliation? Cruel is okay. I mean, it's good for the attack percent, not the ignore defense. If you would have 2 Yumakos, would you build one in high res and one in high accuracy, or just build both high? For Arena, one of them should 100% be super fast with super high accuracy. I don't really see much value in high res unless you know you're going to go second, but then you need a hell of a lot of resistance. We're talking 900 plus. And then will you have enough accuracy to be able to do your own things? I don't really see it. I don't see the point of it. Fury. Fury is going to be good for Man-Eater, Bat-Eater teams. I am probably, one of the things I want to do, I don't know if we'll have time to do it today because I've got to do CvC, but definitely, if not today, tomorrow, we will be rebuilding the Man-Eaters here in Fury. What we're going to do is we're going to run the Lix-Eater team without Fury, and we're going to run it tomorrow with Fury. So we can see the difference in quality. So we can see, like, in a like-for-like scenario, how much additional damage we actually gained from the Lix-Eater team, right? I've got a Lix-Eater team here. Actually, we can probably run the team tonight. Let's have a look while we're waiting. I'm pretty sure it still works. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where's the Lix-Eater? Don't tell me I deleted it. I probably deleted it. I deleted it like an idiot. Okay, I'm gonna have to make a new team. Let me find my team. Oh, where's my links file? Brand new PCs are a nightmare. It's so cool having a really super powered PC. I'm really happy about it. But trying to find where all my backup files are, trying to restore everything back to where it was, trying to get all my different links, my different files I'm used to having. Where was it? It was in here. I don't want to open it in that. I want to open all text files by default in this. You know, changing default priorities. I kid you not, if I have to look at another two-factor code authenticator again, I'm going to lose my mind. The amount of times it was like, we need a code from you to log you into this system. It's like... Gintoro... Felix Eater, Dicey Eater. That's what I want. See you later, Earbad. Have a nice evening, mate. Have a nice chill out. I mean, it's not that I didn't back it up, Mark, but it's just like having to restore where I've backed up from. I've got good backup habits. Everything was backed up. It's things like OBS profiles, having to restore them back in. Things like my Stream Deck profiles, my Go XLR profiles, my Visual Studio workspaces, my repository restorations, all these different things. Like, you know, then you have to go and get in your npm components, your node modules. Then I have to reinstall Docker. Like, these are all terms that you wouldn't understand unless you're in code development, but you kind of get what I mean. It's like everything requires a component, then I got to go install another component and then another component. I mean, just trying to sign into Microsoft is like, anyone who's used Microsoft like development stuff knows my pain. Like, you have to log into Microsoft first, which requires a two-factor code. Then once you've logged in, then you can connect your PC version. You then have to log into Visual Studio locally, which requires a code. And then once you're logged into both, then you can actually clone the repository down to your PC. And the cloning process requires you to re-enter your details again. I was ready to blow my brains out. I was like, I cannot deal with this anymore. So most of my documents are stored in OneDrive. So a lot of the things, like all of our little Excel things we work on stream and things I put on my videos, all of that's backed up. Like, I have a text file that has all my Dead with Jedi links for the different stuff. It's just finding where I've saved it in my OneDrive and then trying to get it back. We're bribing the cat at the same time. That's why we stopped doing something, because the cat has decided she wants bribing now. It's only taken like an hour into the stream. Right, that's it. No more. Otherwise you'll grow fat. And you won't like life, will you? And then you have to go on a diet and you won't be able to have cool treats. Yeah, curing is kind of good. Honestly, I actually think Cursed Krisk. Yeah, I think curing Krisk is not bad either, because he heals himself, but I don't really think it's that good, I guess. Because you don't get other healing. But Cursed Krisk, double AoE, You're going to use him in Hydra. Helps give you that Hex. And do you know what? People underestimate the value of Hex damage. It's 10% of a single target to all enemies. If you're hitting for 100,000 on a single target, that's basically half a HP burn to all enemies. It's very strong. Yeah, it's especially complicated for me, Mark, as well, because normally you'd either be a developer or a gamer or a streamer or content creator. I'm kind of like all four things now, so I've got to download the stuff I do for my own leisure, alongside the stuff I do for content creation, alongside stuff I do for the development side, and then obviously productivity, apps, and different things like that. So it's like, you know, it's quite frustrating. Right, so I just got to build this team 1 second. Rebuild it. So it was, I didn't have a leader, did I? It didn't really matter. We can put whomever we want, I think, because I think Countess Lix doesn't have a aura. I suppose we just throw Mr. Adaithi in the front. Who couldn't get stunned, or did it not matter? Didn't matter. Right, so we need Mr. Adaithi. Where is the fool of a took? Anyone spot the fellow? There he is. 1 second Seeker. There. 2 Man-Eaters. And Countess Lix. I'm pretty sure we tell Countess Lix not to use this ability. And we first time that. Man-Eater. First. Second. First. Second. First. You, my friend. First. Second, right? You always extra turn? Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Daithi likes to do the A2. When you build him for Faction Wars, you have to tell him to use his A3, otherwise he'll do his A2 first into A3. I don't really know why. It's a bit like Artak. It's kind of dumb. We don't really know. Now, I'm pretty sure I can't full auto it because I've got to do some setup here. What are we on? Magic. So what's Magic going to stun? Magic should stun Spirit. We don't have a Spirit champion, so it should go on one of the Magic champions. So it's probably going to go on Seeker or Lix. And we are immune from the start. So I think we've got a pretty easy setup here. Pretty easy setup. So we'll run this test here right now because I've got to do Clan Boss today. I haven't done it yet. At least I'm pretty sure I haven't done it. Let's just check. Oh, I have done it today. Well, I've got keys anyway. We can skip Brutal. It's not going to matter now for CvC. We can run this now. Where's this team? Wrong team. This is the Lix Eater, right? So it's like Bat Eater. You can run Bat Eater the same way. Yeah, it's not full auto. This is a manual setup to make the Lix Eater work. It's not the same as Bat Eater. We're using Countess Lix instead of Painkeeper. So in this team, we're running low HP. So pretty much all of these champions, apart from Mr. Adaithi, because he's in Relentless and we want to keep him in Relentless, the other 4 could be running in Fury, because they would all gain 50% damage, right? And I'll show you how much damage these guys do. It's quite high. We'll set it up. We'll set it up and we'll see what happens. I think, where can I auto it from? I've got to delay you by 3 turns. So I think it's full auto after AoE 2. So we just open with A1. A2. I should have opened it with A1 there, if I'm being honest. A1. Let's see how many times Mr. Adaithi takes a turn. Oh, look at him go already. Okay. When I ran this before, I didn't have a soul on Countess Lix. So now we've got... we do have Brimstone in the team now. So this team should be a lot powerful than when we did it in the video. Like here, he can take as many turns as he wants again. Do what he wants. Can do what he wants. Don't really care. Countess Lix does A3 at this point. Bit of smacking. See what I mean about damage? 272,000. That's big. And we just go Seeker A2. I'm pretty sure we can full auto at this point. Pretty sure. Mr. Edidite is just going to do his thing. The only thing you have to be careful about in the initial setup is Counter-Attack's passive can cause problems. But it should be fine. I think we're good now. Yeah. So what we want to pay attention to, right? What you want to pay attention to here is how much these man-eaters hit on the A2 when we start getting beyond turn 10. Right? Because that's when they're on, like, the peak performance, because they're built to be on 0% HP. So, yeah, you can't run Relentless into Mytha. I have tried hours. I cannot tell you how long I've tried, attempted. I got close. There is one Demytha team you can run it in, and it is using Elder Skarg, because he places his own increased speed buff. It's the only one that I can make it work, and it's still tricky. So... any tips for a genius who's forgotten live arena bosses and put on 1 2-minute speed gear? You have to replace. You're gonna have to replace the gear. Whoa, hang on a second. Something broke. He should not have got stunned. Something broke. Something broke. Think they'll make this second summon event on the Oracle? No, they won't. Socrates. I'm pretty sure now. I was pretty sure before, but I was wrong. I'm like fairly certain that the first Soul event is going to be a mid-fusion event. Because they normally try to put like a special hero's path or something in between fusions to keep the game spicy. Oh, thank you, Juggernaut. For the love that is all this... I didn't want the bonus speed. Freaking heck. How fast is he? He's 281. Of course he is. Which breaks it. Which Hydra rotation is worse? Anything with Torment Head. Anything that starts with Torment Head is always the worst for me. Just limits your problems. Hey, Cool Breeze. Right, okay. How do we solve this problem? How much speed did we gain? It went up from 7 to 10, right? So I've gained 3 speed, so I need to drop 3 speed. Great. Because that's easy to do when you're running at 269 speed. Just casually go and find like 3 speed less. How difficult is that? Let's change up the music a little bit. Let's go to... Let's go into that. So what do we need? We need crit rate. How much crit rate do we need? Your first 2 key Ultra Nightmare. Congratulations, Jan. It's a great feeling when you do it for the first time. It really is. I mean, it's a great feeling when you do it like I do still. So, Clan Boss is one of the most funnest areas for me. So, congratulations. Now time to reap those really good rewards, right? You want sea shanties? Okay. We'll go back to the playlist a bit. We haven't played this playlist in a while, so it could be cool. I still need a reasonable amount of speed. It can be in broken sets. Maybe we can find one in Fury. Do we have one in Fury? I've luckily been keeping some decent Fury gear. I haven't been selling too much of it, so we might be able to make some decent Fury. Because that's obviously the biggest challenge is, can we match stats? It's probably going to be hard to do so. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare. Maybe not the gloves. That's got a triple speed. Yay. Maybe I can find a 5-star boot with like some glyphing somewhere. Maybe. How much does he need? 19%. $12. It's not going to do it. It's too much bonus. I was thinking, what if I level something to like 30, like set 15? That's not going to do it either. Ah, why do they do this to me? Maybe the... Okay, we need to find something. Well, that's 4 speed. It's a bit better. We do kind of lead. How much crit rate can we afford to lose? We can lose like 2% crit rate. If we're being greedy, that's what we want. We lose too much speed there. Too much crit rate. If it rolled some speeds, we could do it. If it rolled anything other than speed, we're screwed. Perfect roll speed, that's what we need. It's great damage in piece. Lose too much crit rate. Oh, how annoying is that? I mean, I'd have to get like 5 speed and it still wouldn't be enough. Unless I glyph up a little bit from around the place. I've got enough oil. What a nightmare. I don't have to rebuild the entire thing just to get him into spec. I just need to lose 3 speed. Be less greedy then. See, we do have some interesting pieces we can use here. Oh, that would work. There we go. Put him back up to 12. It's not the best. We lose a little bit of damage, but hey, it works. 266. Right. Okay. Okay, let's go again. Let's go again. Thank you, Plarium, for interrupting our stream with the thanks for giving me 3 speed I didn't want. There you go. Okay, so we should be back to normal now because it should be 278. So we just have to go A1, 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 A1. Dithey does his thing, just, you know, throw out different abilities. Mr. Edda Dithey is kind of like, you know, your casual down the pub lad. He just kind of does what he wants. He takes as many turns as he wants. He kind of chills out as much as he wants. A3. Boost. Alright, you know, he's just going to take another extra turn here, and he's going to take another one. Another turn. You know, just keep taking extra turns. That's what he does. A3. Now we can start smacking some damage here. A2. A2. Full auto from this point. Should be. Countess licks. Mr. Rider Dicey does his thing. Yeah. Unkillable. Hopefully, this should be in tune now. Looks good. Oh, Mr. Rider Dicey. Look at him go. Look at him. Look at him. He's a monster. What a monster. Gotta wait for turn 5. Once we're in turn 5, we know we're in. Next turn. If this one goes through, we're good. And then we can start looking at the numbers. Off he goes. Off he goes. He's a great man. We won't really know until we get to like lower levels. And this is the best affinity as well for this team. Yes. Good. Good. Okay. We're back in 2. We're back. You don't want to know how fast this team is. Countess Lix is currently at 337 speed. But I've got area bonuses, so she's slower. Sheep nerf. No, let's not call it a sheep nerf. When is the sheep polymorph going to be changed? Next patch. That's what they've told us. Next patch. To be honest, you don't really want to be looking for man-eaters anymore. You want the mythers. They're easier to build. Here he goes. Look at Dave go. Mr. Rider Dicey doing his thing. I have 6 out of 10 White Slan. So basically, because I'm not in gold, I can't go any higher, but I have the highest I can possibly get in clan bots right now. Oh, don't be that guy, Andrew. I'm happy for you. I got a stupid Ileal, but hey. Congratulations. Enjoy the Yumako. Very, very strong. Saf, what do you think the Soulstone Summon event rewards will be? I think they'll be quite good. Whenever they do new tournaments, like you think the tag team tournament, they're normally quite good, right? They're normally quite reasonable. Look at Dave. Look at him. He's queuing it all up. Yeah, I think sensible-wise, most people will put it in Fire Knight. If they're interested in Fire Knight hard, or they'll put it in Hydra. I am not sensible. I can already do all the difficulties of Hydra, whereas I can do a lot more fun things if I have speed. Look at Dave go. I get excited when I see lots of extra turn, like, showing up on screen. It's funny. I think the most amount of turns I've had in a single turn with Mr. Rider Dicey is like 8. Maybe 9. Like 9 turns he takes within one clan boss turn. It's quite funny. But you get, if the stars are aligned, where he basically gets the right extra turn at the right moments, it can be, like, nutty. So, we're getting close to the range now of where 9 times out of 10 we're at 0% HP, which is where we want to check the damage, okay? So what we want to see is what are we currently hitting now. The reason why I'm saying we need to compare it now at 0%, I don't have them in Fury, but I do have the masteries that give them 5% bonus damage when they're below like 50% HP. So we do need a representative number with that in mind. Right, there you go. So now we should be able to see full damage spec, right? We've got weaken out, we've got decreased defense, they have increased attack. So what are we looking at in terms of siphon strikes here? 266,000 on one of them. What's the other one going to look like? When we get to it, the other one's going to do 287,000. So we're looking at somewhere in the region of 260 to 280,000. Just to give you an idea of how much Fury would increase that. If we could acquire similar stats, that would take that 260,000 to 390,000. If we can get similar stats in the Fury gear, which obviously we can't guarantee, but that's an insane amount of damage. Like, you're talking 130 to 140 more. And they do A2s in this team. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They do 5 over 6 turns. So basically, you're getting an extra 120,000 damage per turn times 2, which is like, call it 250,000 per turn over 50 turns. That's like 12 million more damage from Fury. That's a lot. That is a lot. So what we're going to do is we're going to run this through now. I'll take a screenshot of it tomorrow on stream, because I'll be streaming tomorrow again. We're catching up from Monday stream. Tomorrow we will basically rebuild this team in at least the double man-eater in Fury. And if we can, the Seeker in Fury. There's no way on earth that I'm going to be able to get like the licks in Fury. I don't know if I'm actually going to take the Seeker out though, because I'm pretty sure Seeker's in Toxic, and Toxic is better than Fury here. Because you're going to just get more damage, right? It's damage outside of the damage. So, and there's no way that I can build a 334 speed Countess Licks in Toxic. I can do it if I break my Reho, but that would require me to break the Rabbit team, which I don't want to do at the moment. But we will build both Man-Eaters in Fury. We're going to keep Dythy in Relentless because the extra turns are just too strong for him. And we're going to compare the damage like for like. Same team. We're going to try and get as close to the same stats as possible. But I don't know how good my my Fury gear is. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here at my Fury gear. I have to manually change the screen because I somehow have managed to break my stream deck. I'll have to have a look at that. Don't ask me what I've done. Let's see. Fury gear. Fury. So the first things we want to kind of check is, okay, do we actually have any critical damage gloves? We have 1. So we're going to have to look elsewhere. What kind of speed boots do we have? Because they need to go fast. Speed boots were good. We've got a double roll crit rate. These look really great. Double crit rate there. So we got some option on speed boots. What about attack percentage chests? Nada. So basically the gloves and the chests are not going to be in Fury. So we're then looking at weapon, helm, and shields. We've got 25 pieces to use amongst. But we do have some crazy gear. Look at this. Look at these pieces, guys. Look at this. This is why you hoard gear. Quad roll speed. Triple roll crit damage. Double roll attack percentage. Crit damage. I mean, I'll be honest. Most of them have speed in some form. 18 speed. What do we got here? 20 speed. 26 speed. 18 speed. 17 speed. 17. We can make this work. There's enough here. Like, there's 2 high roll shields. There's 1 high roll weapon. 2 high roll... One really low weapon roll there. The helms are a little bit weak. But we can probably put them in a speed set to make it work. They need to run at like 260 speed when we put them in the build. So, what's the highest damage I've done in Clan Boss? I think my record right now is 211 mil. Or something like that. 200 million is where I'm at the moment. What happened to the second Summon Rush? It's Friday. But I don't need to do it. I'll be finishing the fusion tomorrow. Yosh. Would it be better if they didn't have the healing mastery? The healing mastery? Don't know what you mean. What do you mean the healing mastery? You mean Life Drinker? Life Drinker is important, Alaru, because what you want to do with the Man-Eater, the way you set it up for Clan Boss, is the mastery for Life Drinker lifts them to a 50% HP pool because you heal so much off the A2, which means you can then activate the counterattack. This one doesn't have it. I should really finish the masteries. This one I think does, right? This Retribution. If you lose 25% of your max HP, you can counterattack. So you need the Life Drinker to heal yourself back up to 50%, so you can lose 25%, so you can activate Retribution. That's how it works. That's why I have the life. That's why I have this healing in here. because you can't really heal beyond 50% damage unless you hit extremely hard. So yes, we do jump up a little bit close to the Fury border, but in all honesty, we'll be back down pretty quickly because we will probably A2 with us. Like the A1 isn't going to get you above 50% HP. You're just not going to do enough damage. I wouldn't have thought so anyway. But that's why you do it. You heal up here so that you can get it back down here. If you have some form of healing in your team, you don't need to. But this team doesn't have any healing, so you need something to lift you up. The Man-Eaters are pretty well built. This is Man-Eater 1, the 4-star one. He's at 266 speed, 4k attack, 265% crit damage. It's quite high. The other Man-Eater is 269 speed. Obviously not anymore because we just adjusted his build. He's about 4k attack, 278% crit damage, right? I mean, I need to run the extractor here. Let me just get a live version going. There we go. So he's at 4k attack, 270% crit damage as well. So they're about the same build. They're about the same. They are min-maxed to the agreement, right? Obviously, what I'll get, worth noticing as well, my clan boss bonuses come in here. So when they're actually in the battle, they're closer to 300% crit damage because they're gaining a lot from the clan boss bonus, right? They're also gaining speed. We got a little bit of ignore defense, although that's rather irrelevant, really. Would Fury set and 2-piece retaliation be good? It would be the most optimal, Socrates. Most optimal. The only thing I would say is retaliation is less important in an unkillable setting because this life drinker plus retaliation is going to be more achievable, more reliable versus requiring retaliation. So you could essentially be taking retaliation to gain a very little benefit because it's the mastery that procs it. Versus block damage where you can't do that, so therefore retaliation goes up in a lot more value in a block damage comp. So yeah, we could. But I mean, in terms of Fury artifacts, we've got some good options here. Ideally, I'll have some in my vault as well. I would imagine I've got some in the vault. I call it the vault because at this point, my mailbox is a vault. It's always got some form of artifact in there, or like we're up to 213 again. It's real bad. We've got to do forging in a minute, so it's going to go even higher. Got to do more spider to help the clan. Is there any Fury gear in here? Oh, there's a Fury gear. Attack percentage with speed. Yes, that's what we want. So we'll go in here and we'll pull out the Fury gear as well tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to have to do, like, I think tomorrow might be the most... Oh, look at that. Look at that. If that was crit rate instead of defense percentage, it would be the most desirable piece that we could possibly want for this. Look at it. Attack percentage, speed, crit damage. Oh. Speed, crit damage. You can see I've been keeping Fury gear. It's painful though, right? So tomorrow I think we might be doing a bit of a, what I like to call an industrial gear cleanse. We might have to go absolutely extreme and just do it because it's got to the point where I just cannot keep going on like this now. Do I rate the fusion? I'm actually going to be doing a video when I get the fusion. It'll probably be something like, is Loriaka as bad as everyone thinks? I'm going to try and build her in Clan Boss. Me and the Sofa Twitch have been talking about potentially putting it in Clan Boss, but I need to get it in the Dead Jedi calculator first, and I've lost a lot of time because the PC blew up, so I'm trying to catch up a little bit. So you need 10 more frags, artifacts, and 5 from Summon Rush. Hopefully you get there. I won the Dragon tournament, so I can completely ignore the next Summon Rush. Thank God. I'm running Bat Eater with Frozen Banshee Relentless gear. Can you suggest replacements for more damage? Any suggestions? I mean, yes. If you're running Bat Eater, you need to have a decreased defense champion in Bat Eater role. Mistrided Dithy, for example, will increase your damage tremendously. If you're running Frozen Banshee, in Bat Eater, you've got no increased defense, which means 4 out of 5 of your champions are doing no damage. Your War Master is doing like so little damage. Ideally, you'd want someone with both decreased defense and weaken. Someone like a Venus, someone like a Bellinor, someone like a... I think Suzerain can do it now. Someone like a Dracomorph. That's the kind of champion you need in Bat Eater, because you need to have one champion that can do decreased defense and weaken together. At a minimum, you need decreased defense. So... yeah, Gear Cleanse. The annoying thing is I sold all my cursed gear to Gear Cleanse, so I've got to go farm cursed gear now in order to make the curse happen. It's gonna take me, I think, a month of grinding to get a decent curse set. So Razin can work, although you haven't got an increased defense champion, right? So ideally you want an attack-based decreased defense. If you've got it, an attack-based decreased defense. That's what you want. As a minimum in Bat Eater. Hey Torts, how's it going? I'm doing well. Do you think this will be the new format for fusions? No. Honestly, Chris, I feel like someone was just in a bad mood over in Playroom and decided to really like hate on the player base. I have no idea why they changed that champion chase to a skin. Hopefully the statistics showed that the interest in that skin was low. It probably didn't. But I'll be honest, anyone who pulled for a skin, like, all you're doing is you're telling Playroom, hey, by the way, we don't care about the fusion. But I would imagine they're going to look at the fusion engagement, and they're going to look at how many people went for the fusion. They're going to see like a massive drop-off. I wouldn't be surprised or that shocked to make a statement to go, my account will be like 0.1% of all accounts that has Loriaka from the fusion. The amount of people that have said they're just not going to bother with the fusion since it was a double summon rush is vast. I got a question. I want a fresh account with Ninja, Vizix, Syl, Deliana, Ultimate Death Knight, Ronda, Alexander, and Artak. Artak. In terms of priorities there, I would go Artak, Ninja, and then see what you get. So we're coming up to the end of the run. Yeah, right. There's news about that cow level, Jessica. Apparently you have to like get 3 relics that drop randomly in the world, then go to a specific place that gives you a book that then gives you something else. But it's very, very loose information. Right, so let's take a screenshot of this. We'll do this for a video then. Using my new PC and my new hard drive, we'll create a new folder in here and we'll call it test pre-Fury test. Go. 138 million, 20 million per man-eater. This is why, Demeter, Bat Eater is more about the support crew than just the DPS. The Man-Eater, the Seeker, and the Painkeeper gives you a lot of damage. That's where people can't one-key. The difference between a 2-key Bat-Eater and a 1-key Bat-Eater isn't the DPS 9 times out of 10. It's, can I min-max my other 4 champions? Can I get more attack onto my Man-Eaters? Can I get more crit damage onto my Man-Eaters? Can I get my Seeker into a Toxic set? If you're not running a Poisoner, right? That's where the damage comes from. Specifically if you're running the Bellinor variant, right? Bellinor was all about what he brought to the team, not himself. Especially now since they've adjusted him, because he doesn't do as much damage to a single target anymore. He's more AoE focused now. He's more wave clear focused. Yeah, I get that. I get that, Liam. What I'm saying is people that were on the fence before the Summon Rush news, when they heard it was double Summon Rush, they got off the fence quickly and were saying, no, I'm not going to do it. But I was lucky. I was able to win the Dragon tournament and I didn't have to invest too much into the Summon Rush. And I got the frags required. So all I have to do tomorrow is just do the sacred shots. So it could be Easter eggs, yeah, absolutely. Do you think a Yumako on a Crizzy would be more valuable for endgame content? Yumako. For endgame, well, if Crizzy is only going to be relevant for Fire Knight and for Sand Devil, hard. For Sand Devil, for Fire Knight, hard, and Sand Devil. That's where a Crizzy will be really strong. Yumako will be really strong in Dragon if you don't have a Stultus. Yumako doesn't really apply for things like for Spider, and I think for Ice Golem, R-Tack is the way to go. Like, my Ice Golem team is fast. It's very fast. I think I actually have one of the fastest Ice Golem teams. If I optimize it further, this is like ridiculously fast. I feel like Loriarka does miss like one thing. I feel like Loriarka needed like a heal with her cell, or like more than what she got. It feels like she does good stuff, but almost the case like she gets back around to her abilities fast, but she doesn't do anything when she gets back around to her abilities that makes it worth getting back around to her abilities, if that makes sense, right? Does Cruelty Mastery stack if two or more champs have it? It stacks to the maximum of the highest awakening, reckon, Nick. So if you've got one who is 2-star and one who is... so if you've got one who is 1-star and one who is 3-star, the 1 and the 3-star can stack it together, but the 1-star cannot stack it greater than himself. So once the 1-star is stacked to 5%, or whatever it is at 1-star, it can't then continue stacking. It's not going to give you double bonus either. You only get 1 stack of Cruelty. So they can work together to speed up the stack process, but they themselves cannot increase it beyond the maximum. So generally, it's not worth having double, right? It's not worth it. Generally, it's not worth having 2. You want 1 Cruelty in the team, 1 Brimstone in the team, and then you, in Clan Boss, you would go something towards like a either an Aura, and then you go Phantom Touch. It's just better. Yes, but Nightmare Hydra is not in the turn-based tournaments. The question was around turn-based tournaments, and in a turn-based tournament setting, a Crizia is only really valuable in Fire Knight hard and in Sand Devil high stages. What awakening would you recommend for a 6-star Seeker arena build? I mean, you would use his passive. So I would go with... Heavencast can be good for provoke. Yande. It depends how you use him, really. I mean, Seeker's one of those weird ones. If you're using him for damage, then you would go with, like, I guess, Crushing Rend or something. Phantom Touch or something, right? It's black stat. That's the great thing, because there's no Chaos or for Mythical Gear. I would keep this if I could roll it, but there's no Chaos Source, there's no point. It's flat stats, so you just go sell. Let's just kill that. Is Countess Licks better? Well, what Countess Licks gives you, Chris, is weaken. So you don't have to run a DPS with both decreased defense and weaken. It opens up the door to anyone with decreased defense. That's why I can run Mr. Diethy, because I'm getting my weaken from Countess Licks. The only thing is, in order to make her work, she has to run a lot faster than Painkeeper, because she is a 5-turn cooldown, not a 4-turn cooldown. So that invariably means you have to go extremely fast to fit her in the team. So, do you think they should remove flat stats on gear? No, it's Sami Stefano. All I think they need to do, it's Sami Stefano, is remove either 5-star gear from hard dungeons or remove rare. Okay, if I'm running hard dungeons, I'm endgame. I don't keep 5-star gear. There is no point in you giving me 5-star gear. I'm going to sell it. Even probably mythical gear. I will probably sell 5-star mythical gear. I want the 6-star gear. So just drop the 5-star gear. Or if that's too much, just drop rare gear. So at least I'm getting 5-star legendary. In terms of like problems with dungeons right now, flat stats on gear is like the least problem. For me, I think they should get rid of the penalties that you have in terms of the silver cell cost for sets that you acquire in campaign. It makes Dragon and Ice Golem incredibly inefficient for silver. And it's not really any reason why, like, you're not going to make a huge amount of money from the low awakening anyway. They've put too much of a penalty on it. So that would be the first thing that I would want to be doing, is make it so that farming any dungeon is equally good for silver. Right now, Fire Knight is so good for silver. Spider's exceptional for silver because of accessories. That's fine if Spider's a little bit better. But Ice Golem, because it has more campaign sets than any other dungeon, is so bad for silver. I can run the same amount of runs in Fire Knight and walk away with double the amount of silver than the same amount of runs in Ice Golem. That's what I would do first. And then in the hard mode dungeons, I would probably take away rare and put it all into mythical and legendary odds, so that there's a higher rate of mythical gear. Because right now, it feels so difficult to get mythical gear that is almost beyond... It's pointless. It's almost beyond farming. Because it's like a one... You get one 6-star mythical gear every 62 runs. And that has got to roll not a flat stat. It's got to roll all the right things. Like, it's just such a low... Like, there. That one that I've got from Ice Golem, I probably, on average, won't get another one now for 62 Ice Golem runs. And I had to sell it instantly because it's flat stat. So, how'd you get past Bommel 50 hard? I use Gnishak to one-shot it. You can use solo champions like Templar can do it at lower levels. You can use Lady Annabelle. You can use the Dwarf, Samar Gemcurse. You can do champions like... what other champions are there? Burangiri can get to 50 hard. Kyoko can do it all the way. Or you can go the full healer route, which is like double Vogoth, double Godseeker Aneri, and just kill it with War Master. That's probably the slowest way, apart from solo. If you check out YST's channel, he's got loads of different Bommel options. Loads of them. What have we got going on here? It's a tight one, guys. It's a tight race. We're doing well. We're holding course. Many gems have been burnt. Between the two of us, the clans, we've burnt over, like, we're approaching 100,000 gems between 60 players. Look at this. Crazy points, right? 1 million points. Gremlin boys in here. We're going for it. I need to get up to 400,000 though, because if we do win, well, I need to be over 400,000. So we're going to be forging. Using the new forging stuff. How do you feel about IG now? I feel like it might be the best area to farm if you want to focus on Hydra. I think IG needs a farm, absolutely. Like if we look at the sets, you've got 4 bad sets, 5 bad sets. I think you've got 5 bad sets and then 4 great sets. Reflex, great. Retaliation, I reckon one of the best sets in the game now, Retaliation. Curse set, actually I think very, very good. And Provoke set, very good for like Arena and Hydra. So you've basically got, you know, this has become, apart from Retaliation, the Hydra dungeon. All these 4 pieces are really good. Dragon-wise, you sell Accuracy, you keep Speed, you probably sell Lifesteal, you sell Destroy, you keep Toxic, you probably sell Frost because Frostbite's a bit better. You sell Daze, you sell Avenge, and you keep Stalwart. So Dragon really has become like the worst dungeon for gear now because you're talking maybe 3 good sets. Spider, we keep everything. Fire Knight, Fury is now probably very good on certain champions. I think having 1 or 2 curing sets is well worth it because it works on continuous heals. Immunity is kind of replaced by Untouchable, and I also think Stone Skin, so not as valuable anymore. Shield is still valuable because you can use Bolster with an existing shield set to turn a shield set into Bolster, so it's very good. Crit damage, Killstroke kind of replaces it, but not because it's really hard to get. So I still think crit damage as an off-piece set is great. Frenzy is trash. You sell it now. Regeneration is still very good. Stun is still very good. Savage is one of the best sets in the game, although Lethal is better technically. So Fire Knight, you're farming pretty much the best sets in the game, and really you're only auto-selling maybe 2 now, which is Frenzy and Immunity. And Curing. But Stalwart is still good. Like my, I'm pretty sure my Oella is in Stalwart. Stalwart is very good for high damage areas, right? Ice Golem. If you need to keep your healer alive, this amount of effective HP is insane. I'm getting like 40% damage reduction because the boss only AoEs. It's massive. It's basically a bonus decrease attack. Are you excited for Fateless, or are you like creating other things to code? I'm really excited for Fateless. Right now, I don't have to code anything. When it starts getting busy, like I don't even think I'll be coding directly anything on there other than the website, right? If we do it. Because we're going to be working with experts in game development. Like I'm not a game dev. I don't develop games. I understand the game code. I might be like giving opinions and like QA testing and doing that sort of stuff. I'm not going to be directly coding it probably. I don't have time for all that nonsense. I've already got to support raid and other things, so... do you have a list in those? I can't remember what I heard 5 minutes ago. I should probably do a video on it, actually, Martin. I'll add that to my video list. What sets should you farm in 2023? Now that they've buffed it. That would be a good video. Yeah, Hegemon's great for Dark Fae. Curing is good, I think, on any champion that has consistent healing on a passive with continuous heals. So when we look at someone like Rector Drath, she has got a healing that happens every single turn with potentially continuous heals if you fall below the HP. So she makes a perfectly viable candidate for curing. I get what you're saying, Chris. But what I would say is, like, if you look at the comparison, you can't farm Fury anywhere else, right? Zeal is kind of like Fury, but not the same thing, because you can. It's a bit like Taunt versus Provoke, right? Taunt is a little bit better than Provoke because you don't need to land it with accuracy. Fury is better than Zeal because it's not based on the enemy, it's based on your HP, so you can control the mechanisms better. There isn't really a set out there other than Curing. Yes, Curing increases continuous heals. Curing works with continuous heals. It's actually quite important. So, immunity, I agree, you could farm Untouchable because Scarab's in 2 rotations. If you really want immunity, you can farm Untouchable. It's probably more accessible. So yeah, immunity you don't farm. I still think Shield is valuable to farm because even though you can get Bolster, you can use a bad Bolster set with a really good Shield set on another champion and both of them become Bolster sets, right? So it's actually quite good to do. Crit damage, I don't think Killstroke is available enough at a high enough quality for you to be able to go, I can just get Killstroke instead of crit damage. So it's still one of the best sets. Frenzy, we don't talk about Frenzy anymore. There is no other set than Regeneration. You can't farm that anywhere else. You can't get a better Regeneration. You can get, likewise, you can get like Guardian and Bolster, but they don't heal as much as Regeneration. They're weaker. They're only 10%. So Regeneration remains the premier self-healing set. You can't farm stun anywhere, and then you can get lethal instead of savage. So I wouldn't necessarily say that Fire Knight is irrelevant because you can get all these sets from everywhere else, because outside of savage and immunity, I would say the rest of the sets are not farmable. Yeah, I don't know why they changed Frenzy. It's just terrible. Lifesteal, I keep Lifesteal Green Virus for content. I don't keep Lifesteal for any other use. There is some usages, like when Artak came out, you could run him in Lifesteal. You know? So that's not bad, but yeah, I mean, it's very limited. Once you get past the need of healing, which is pretty much quickly these days, yeah, you don't really need it. So is Demitha better, decent in curing then? Probably, because of her A2, it's Amy Stefano. If you have a lot of buffs, that A2 heals like insane amount. Probably restores a lot of max HP. People like Orogrim, massive single target heal. Apardin, Elva, Oella, Rakaviletide. Those kind of champions that have like passive continuous heals with continuous heal buffs are, I think, very, very strong in curing now. Are they strong enough that you would want to maybe like prioritize curing. I don't think curing is like so strong that you now start going to farm it aggressively like you would say retaliation. But if you're farming retaliation or you're farming like savage, you might as well start keeping those curing pet pieces. Because you need, I think having like 1 or 2 good healing sets, you know, high HP, high speed are just valuable. You never know when you're going to need more max HP destruction. It seems to be a mechanism that they like to use for managing game content at the moment. Max HP destruction. Seems to be a fan favorite of theirs. Right, we've got to do some forging. Forging. Lethal gear. What do we want? Rank rarity. Crit damage. Boom. I don't really care about the third charm. I just want crit damage. Now that substat charms are really good. Oh, that's disappointing. We keep them. Turn off live updates because it's going to get annoying. That's good. Even though it's got res, sell. Sell. Flat stat. Bad. 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 Great. Bad. I've still got all this righteous gear to farm. Oh, it's gonna be brutal. Any more defiant? No, we're done with defiant. We've got all this bolster gear. I actually think, Chris, though, to be fair, like Bolster and Guardian does have a lot more utility than flat regen. Regen you kind of want when you just need... like, regen is where you go towards when you need to actually stay alive very aggressively. But outside of that, you probably just, like... You'd find more utility from the AoE protection from Guardian or the Bolster set with the shield to begin with. And you would get, like, 10% healing, so you're only losing 5%. It's not so bad. You can mark it up a little bit. I mean, if you think about it now, continuous heals are 15% healing. So if you take a curing set with continuous heals, it's basically like giving everyone regen. If you can sustain the continuous heals a lot. A Pardon puts out a lot of continuous heals. You can theoretically heal a lot with curing now. 4200 is the breakpoint that I would say you want to reach if you are doing it with, like, I would say get to 4200 with increased defense in early to mid, and then after you start reaching late game, you want to move towards having 4200 defense before increased defense. Just because you do get a lot of benefits. It's just, normally it's quite hard to hit 4200 defense in the early game. So that's normally the guidance I give people. They really need to change the icon for this set between helms and chest plates. It's too similar. It's way too similar. Like, look at it. It's very similar. They need to change that. Keep telling them about it. Okay, so what do we spend our rank and rarity charms on? Do we want righteous gear or do we want bolster gear? I mean, we want lethal gear if we're being honest, but we can't get lethal gear. I don't really know. Does curing work with Vogoth? Yes. Curing set basically works with anything that's a direct heal or continuous heals. It won't work with Leech, but if the champion directly heals someone or applies a continuous heal to them, then they're going to get 20% more on that heal, and 20% of that heal will also now restore their max destroyed HP. How much space do I have in my inventory? 0. I have 218 pieces in my inbox to enter flames. So probably what we want here, rank rarity and resistance, and let's go. That's the wrong set. That's untouchable. Oh well, we just wasted 10 charms. Never mind. Wrong set. I I actually don't find it's that slow to do this, though, to be fair. I'm pretty quick at doing it now. Wrong set. Righteous. We're only going to make 152 crafts here because I will never craft forge gear without both rank and rarity. I'll never do it. Rank and rarity, I only ever forge the really good Doom Tower sets like Lethal and the Forge Pass sets with these, because the rarity of the pieces means they deserve it. I have so much perception gear I could craft it without, and on the balance of odds I'll get what I want. Yeah, exactly, Crouching. Like, they need to change it. Ooh, look at that. Hello. Not bad. It's pretty trash. Trash. Shame none of it roll with speed. That's pretty good. Speed and resistance. That's trash. Trash. Ooh. Ooh. Has anyone actually figured out what they're going to use their righteous pieces for? Because I'll be honest, I don't know what really... I don't know what builds to put them in. What do you think of sets you can get from Bommel? I skipped the righteous. The problem with Bommel is, why would you farm Bommel when you can farm Dark Fae? I feel like Fortitude is good, but it's not as universally good as Lethal. So if you gave me the option that you could farm one or the other, I don't see why you would ever farm anything other than Dark Fae. Because you're going to have more universal usage for Dark Fae, like for Lethal gear, than you will ever get from Fortitude. It's not that Fortitude is bad, it's just Lethal is better. Why are rarity charms so rare to get? I don't know. I've started buying them in Clan Shop now. I bought the rank charms from the Clan Shop. No, if I'm using righteous gear, I want resistance, basically. That's in my head. I don't want speed, I want resistance. The speed is bonus, the resistance is what I want. If I wanted speed, I'd go get a speed set. As, like, obnoxious statement as that sounds, right? It's tanky slow. Badge. I mean, that could be quite good. Attack percentage, crit damage. You can't use the set instead of speed set. You lose 2% speed. I'm not going to trade 2... Like, if I want speed, I won't use righteous. Because I'm not going to trade 2% speed for 40 resistance. It's a wasted stat. If I don't want speed, but I want resistance, then I'll use righteous because I get a bonus 10% speed. That's the way you need to look at these sets. You shouldn't look at it as, well, I can replace my speed set with righteous because I get 40 resistance. Well, no, because the reason why you're picking speed sets, you want speed, so you're losing speed. And do you really want the resistance instead of the 2%? No. Like, I don't really see the point. That's a min-max mentality. That's the mentality that I have. I want the best possible outcomes. If I want speed, I want the highest amount of speed that I can get. It's a sell. That's maybe if it rolls good. That's that. Do you think player will ever make Minnow Stage 20? No. I don't think they'll ever make Minnow Stage 20. They want you to farm it. That's pretty good. Lovely. Perfect piece. Absolute perfection. We'll roll most of this tomorrow. I can't roll it right now because I can't keep... I haven't got any space. But we need the points for CvC. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing this for CvC. I've just got to level 25 on Ice Golem. I've seen the get level 10 on 3 elements in the Great Hall. Maybe sometime. Yeah. Got to do the Great Hall grind. And then when you get to Romantu missions, it will be the glyph grind. So don't burn your glyphs too aggressively. Don't do what I do on stream and burn glyphs left, right, and center. 6, that's not bad. Some respects I should maybe consider, should I keep some of these for Chaos Ore, but I actually don't think this set is worth Chaos Oreable. I don't think, like, I don't really rate this set so high because I don't rate resistance as a stat that high. Generally, where you need resistance, you haven't got the capacity to go and get lots of Righteous set. You're normally in like Regen Immortal or Regen Stalwart or Regen Defiant. You don't have the capacity to get the resistance. So I think there's very few places where Righteous actually has a value. Even in Arena, unless you're going to go and stack 900 resistance, most of the time it's kind of pointless, right? I could see some value on a Duchess, but then I can also see value on a Guardian, Stone Skin, Bolster, Regen, Retaliation potentially. Not so much Retaliation. What am I talking about? Oh, that's stupid. Those kind of sets are more valuable to me. Protection set, more valuable to me than a Righteous set that gives me some resistance that I probably won't beat anyway. So it's a bit of a weird set for me. I haven't decided if I like it yet. I know a lot of people think it's really good. We rate it quite highly on the website because after group discussion, we kind of agreed on balance. It's probably better than the most sets out there. But I know some people value the Fortitude set, and I've never farmed it, I've never used it, I've never created it. I think I have like 7 pieces. How much is in my mailbox? 235 is not bad. That can farm all the minute scrolls in 20 minutes. I mean, my Void brothers are pretty quick. They can get it done pretty quickly. Like here now, so we need this to roll like res. It didn't, so this is an instant sell. It's a really bad piece. Most of these pieces I will not likely keep. That's okay. HP res. That's pretty good. Tanky piece. But no speed on it, which is a problem, right? This will roll attack. I knew it. Sell. There's no missions for 6-star glyphs. There's missions for 5-star, I believe it is. The 5-star, the glyph barrier in the Romantu quest is where a lot of people get stuck. So, and also like secret rooms. Quad roll, Righteous speed substat still better than triple roll speed, or triple roll Righteous as good as medium speed. Right, but I mean, QS. Fundamentally speaking, if I get perfect rolling speed and perfect rolling Righteous, speed wins. Hypothetically speaking, if you get a better Righteous piece, then it's going to be better than speed. But then that's the same thing for a lot of things. Generally, that's why the optimizer exists, because it might use one of those quad roll pieces that you've got to actually give you a lot of speed in different areas. I've got like weird Savage gloves that actually have lots of accuracy and speed that never gets put into any damage build, but I've got them because every so often those stats kind of work. So when I'm saying I'm looking for resist, I'm looking at Righteous as a resistance piece. The speed is extra. The speed is bonus. The speed is a reward. Just like Killstroke, I'm not going and finding speed pieces on Killstroke. I'm looking for the crit damage, and I get a little bit of speed on the side. Right? That's the way I look at it. So if I don't get resistance, I sell it because I'm not looking to replace my speed gear with a set that actually reduces the amount of speed I get. Just counterintuitive to me. It's the same argument with Instinct. If you have really good Instinct pieces, then you might be able to make one build. But if you have really good Savage or really good Lethal, you'll always end up getting that recommended to you. You'll never get Lethal because never get Instinct because you lose 5% ignore defense. It's just a lot of damage. It's just too much to lose. What up, cat? Cat woke up. Oh god, this song's terrible. Right, we're going back to a different playlist. Yes, hello cats. You woke up. The beast has awoken. So is righteous your perception but for resist? No, yes. But I think accuracy as a stat is more valuable than resistance, right? This was the piece I wanted to see. Triple. Solid piece. It's not a solid righteous piece, but it's a solid off piece. I get resistance, I get a little bit of accuracy, I get speed, it's tanky. I can see some value in righteous being like an off piece you throw together when you're building a champion that doesn't need defiant. Like that piece there would be excellent to put with another righteous piece to basically get my resistance numbers up in something like, you know, for someone like Artak, who I'm a lot less sensitive about the defensiveness. As I said, I haven't, it's not that I'm saying righteous is a bad set, I'm not at all. I just personally haven't figured out where is righteous well positioned for, like what is righteous good for? Where would you want to have a righteous set? Oh look, triple rolls back, quad roll, quad roll, quad roll. Okay, it's still good though. Kind of low roll though. I know you're probably thinking, why are you spending all your silver right now? I need to make up CvC points. I'm trying to help my clan win this. I'm trying not to use too many of my gems either. Let's make some perception gear. End up with a quad roll speed gloves in Defiant. It's attack percentage, but quad roll speed in a good set makes it hard to get rid of. Yes. I mean, Defiant is great with speed. Defiant's one of the best sets in the game. I'd actually argue in terms of a tier list for the Forge Pass, I would actually put Defiant as the #1 Forge Pass set, then Bolster, then Righteous, then Instinct. Do I remember them all? I think Defiant is, like, arguably the best set in the game. Outside, like, if you put aside damage and put aside, like, perception for accuracy, I would probably put Defiant as the best set in the game. And if they put 4 Defiant Forge Passes back to back, I would probably buy every single one of them for the Defiant gear. Because in my opinion, Defiant is just so goddamn powerful. It's so strong. Did you find your high-low roll sheet? It's somewhere in my backup. I need to put that on Discord. I forgot about that. The PC's kind of ruined my mentality a little bit. I'm still trying to catch up and get myself back on working kilter. It's alright, it's not great. I actually think they should just remove 5-star gear out of hard dungeons. Simple as. Yeah, Hirschen, you're correct. Acrizia with Define just cannot die in PvE. She's just like a machine. She just will never die. Nothing you can do will kill that champion in PvE. Any chance you know what the set is? No, not really. We don't know until I can probably, like, I find out normally like a week before it's going to happen. It's very rare that I get that much foresight to it. So, yeah, I got a pre-built this time. I've always built them in the past, but this one's gone through the company, so we just, you know, it's nice having a security blanket for once, that if there's something goes wrong with it, there's a warranty and stuff. And also, I didn't really have time to mess around. Like, today was the 7th day since I last uploaded on the YouTube. And that was giving me anxiety. So I kind of released a video in a bit of a rushed manner. Which is not ideal, but I had anxiety about it. No, the monitors I got are quite good. I've got a portrait monitor that I use for coding. I've got an ultra-wide kind of curved monitor and then a 27-inch monitor. So it's like a bit of a hub. It kind of goes this way. So I don't really need any of those. This is a new PC. All my other peripherals are absolutely fine. We've more often, we've just upgraded the room's air filtration system. I've got a new air purifier, which is like a massive bin. I've got a new fan coming tomorrow just to try and make the ambient temperature and the environment in my office, like the space here, the stream room, whatever you want to call it, just habitual. Because it was so warm the last couple of weeks, like uncomfortably so, like unhealthily so, I would say. Oh, will we? Mookie, let's have a look when that actually starts. It's a good point. Let's have a look. We're just making silver, really. Ooh, they're good. The Forge is actually one of the best places to generate silver. It's really good for generating silver. Oh, thanks, Dutchy. Saves me a job. We'll have 7-star gear. I don't know if they'll do 7-star gear time to win. I mean, we're still waiting for the accessory ascension dungeon. It's there. It's just not... They haven't put a boss in there at the moment. They haven't put, like... They haven't put any modules. So we might get that next patch. This patch was incredibly light on content. The next one won't be. The next one will be a bit busier. We'll probably ramp up to a new content section. So... You like today's vid? Good. I did alright with it. I was more worried about will I be able to record and will I be able to edit and will the PC blow up? I'll be honest. That's whenever you get a new PC, it's like the first time you do something, you just want to make sure everything works. So it was good to see that it all went through fine. So yeah, the problem with this room is it's quite small and like the window is kind of there, but it's in like a U shape on from the outside, so that breeze doesn't really come into the room. So there's no external breeze coming in. So I have to generate all the cool air within the room, and that's not always possible. So. Oh, did you, Dutchy? Oh, awesome. Thank you. I'm a bit all over the place. I don't know what's been posted. When I do Temple Forge, I only expect to delete the epic and above. Blues I don't touch, and then mass delete them. I don't have any space in my inventory, meta player. So if I don't sell them from here, it goes into the mailbox, and I've got a gear cleanse to be able to do it. That's why I'm doing it one by one, because I just don't have the space. And to be honest, it's fine, because if I see something that's good, I get excited. Like, a lot of this is trash because I should be using rank and rarity charms. I actually don't think you get anything good out of Forge unless you use rank and rarity charms. It's just, I've got so much material, I can afford to just go through all of this. It's not a problem. I've got so many, like, perception pieces. Should be fine. Like every so often I'll get a good piece. I don't know if they should have done 7-star. I actually think Artifact Ascension is fine if they give us a Chaos Ore for it. If we have the ability to do what Diablo does, where you can re-roll a stat over and over again, but it's an exponential cost until you get the desirable substat that you want, then I actually think it's an okay system. I just think the problem is a bit too one and done. And then you're kind of like in trouble. It's like if it doesn't roll what you want, oh well, it doesn't roll what you want, right? You don't have you can't like try again. So if they gave us a re-rollable exponential growth cost like you see in Diablo, I think it will be fine. Zaf, I have to ask, but no Siffy, Duchess, or Marichka. Who should I team him with? Someone who buffs, no brainer. So Pythian, Necra. Basically, someone who provides buffs. He needs buffs for fuel for his damage. And then someone who can mitigate incoming damage. You want a reviver in there, like an Uko. So ideally, you want 2 revivers and a buffer alongside Taras. So whoever fits those roles. All I'm really looking for in perception gear is speed and accuracy. I don't really care about anything else. If I get a piece that's got like crit rate, crit damage, or crit damage, crit rate gloves, something like that, then I'll keep it as an off piece. But the main thing here is I'm looking for accuracy chests. If I don't get those, I'm selling it. I'm looking for speed and accuracy substats. Like, that's okay. Sometimes I'll keep a resistance because sometimes it can be offset. Sometimes you get double roll. But realistically, that's all I'm looking for. So I'll just sell anything that's like not there. I'll never chaos or like this is speed. It's okay. 6-star, maybe at quad rolls. I'll never chaos or perception. I think it's a waste. Where am I at? 371,000. I don't really have an awful lot of books this time around, which is kind of a shame. I don't even know who I'd spend my 4 legendary books on. It's probably going to be Sakia to try and get her higher. He's kind of done at the moment by rarity. Like the rabbit, I can't book this to cooldown, but it would add more damage. At some point I should do Vlad's A1, but it's not that priority. She's booked fine, I don't really care about the decreased speed. Duchess, we don't care about the A1 shield. Mortu, you never book. To Messia, she's booked where she needs. Ganeshak, his only job is one-shotting Bommel. This dude, I mean at some point maybe, but it's not that important. Trunda, we don't use her anymore. We should actually vault some of these champions. I've got space base. Let's get rid of you. You're done for 3 months. Anyone in here that's of interest? Marinix, pull you out. You're an interest. Who else is done? Trunda, you're done forever. Never using you again. You're a useless champion. Gone were the days where you were useful. Helikath can go in here as well, but we need to find some space. Any champions in here interest? No. 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 Not anymore. Not really. Nogdar's now useless. Thanks, Plarium, for nerfing my Nogdar. Snick Track could be good for Hydra at some point. Like, Curse Snick Track is a great idea as well, right? So yeah, so Sisia is probably, Sakia is a good one. I mean, I suppose we could book the Ileal, but it feels like an absolute waste. I think she just needs an A1, but we don't really care about that. Yeah, so it's kind of like, I think Sakia is the one we want to book. Marinix I will do content with at some point, but I just don't have time, really. I need lots more books, basically, to get all my other champions up. I just don't have time at the moment, no brainer. That's the problem. I'm just struggling with time. I just don't have time to play it. DKS, hey Saf, glad you're back up and running. Your stream keeps me company on Tuesday while I work. Was pretty boring without it. Yeah, man, I'm sorry. It was stressful on Monday. I couldn't do anything. All my Hydra teams are locked, Matt. I don't need her. She's actually really awkward to use, so I prefer not. Any tips on how to replace Seeker with a Deacon in Clan Boss team? It's very hard, Carter. Be prepared to lift the speeds up considerably because the 2-turn 30% fill is way stronger than the 3-turn 15% fill. So... or 2-turn 15 fill. Basically, everything has to increase by 15%-ish, right? So the way that I would normally do that is I would increase it one by one until we find ourselves back in the flow, but it doesn't work always like that. That's how I would approach it. Swap Deacon and then lift the speeds one. Basically, everyone lifts one at a time. Hopefully that works. But if you can't find the right breakpoint, sometimes it doesn't. It could be that you push yourself to a speed that's too great that you can't then get back into rotation. It's not something that's easily done. It's basically a good hour or so of tweaking and adjusting to see if you can get it working, or going to someone like Short on Skills, Deadwood, anyone in that community that might know a quick way to do it. That's already done it before. Hey, really been enjoying these lives. A while back you had a stream building a Godseeker Sand Devil team with an Excel chart for reps at each level. Do you mean the oil rewards, Sean? Let's see if I can find that for you. I think it's patch 6.0. I think it's this one here, is it? There we go. Don't see why that needs to be restricted. Here you go. Oil efficiency charts. So yeah, so I think Sakia is going to be the book. Because we're still trying to get the cooldowns and the guaranteed chance, right? We do need her cooldowns on, so probably she's going to get all my books. Is it worth to book A1 of PvP nukers? Yeah, damage. 10% more damage. Yes. Never underestimate the value of damage books. Well, to be fair, Green, I didn't really change much. All I did was I basically subbed out Deacon, I think it was, and I just brought in those and just tweaked the speeds, right? It still took me a couple of hours to figure it out, and then obviously it took us a while with short on skills to figure out the speed ratios to make sure everything worked. Are you sure we're going to get a Soulstone Tony event? I'm only sitting on quite a absolutely 100% Roro. 100% certain. Why? Because if you're going to the news and you look at... Is it still here? We've added a new type of event, Soulstone Rush. We are also introducing Soul Chase Tournament, and there is also language that suggests a Hero's Path as well. 100% you save your Soulstones. Look how many I'm on. It's like hurting my soul. I want to pull my souls. I cannot. I literally have 325 that I can just pull right now. That's a big question as well, Black Quill. Will it boost the rates? I don't see why it's not a possibility. I don't know if they will, but it's possible. How long did it take you to save? Not long, because I bought some. Remember that crazy week we had when they were basically offering 2 tier 1 Soulstones for like $1? I thought those packs are really good, so I got 2 of them. Then they did them every single day, and now they haven't done them since. So most of my souls have come from there. But ever since they announced, or ever since the rumor was around, I've saved. I haven't pulled a single Mortal Soulstone. That's why I've got 26,000 stones, because I literally have not done anything with souls since they've announced that there's going to be a tournament. Because in my head, I'm now in Wait Shadow Legends mode. Just like CvC, I never book really outside of CvC. I don't even ascend my 6-star champions outside of CvC unless I'm desperate for content. I'm in I'm in wait mode. I'm just waiting. Because until they put that tournament in, using these are a waste. I will be less efficient. I will lose rewards. It's pointless to do it. You save. Save, 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 save. Save. Because likely I'm going to have one event where I can go ham, and then the next event is going to be long. But I will not pull a Soulstone outside of a boosted odds or summon rush now. Because I'm throwing away rewards. Simple as. I'm throwing away rewards. Wait, Shadow Legends just sucks. I mean, I used to do that. Every time there was a Hydra reset every week, I'd come in, I'd open my 10 Hydra rewards. Now I don't. Basically, now I don't. Now I literally save everything I want. And it is difficult, I'll agree. It's boring. Because you're just waiting. John, they have said that there are no immediate plans to have Summon Rush or Souls as a component for the fusion. The words they used was no immediate plans. Now, that was exactly the same words they used when they said there would never be a tournament, and that was 9 months ago. So, in real terms, we probably won't see anything with Soul related in the fusion for at least 6 months. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this, am I? Oh, I had this problem with Elva the other day. I couldn't kill the Elva because I was weak hitting all the time. I gotta wait, basically. And I gotta time it perfectly. Oh, I said it's in deflection. Why is it in deflection? Who puts a Kyoku in deflection? Right, can I land debuffs? He's put Kyoku in deflection. Who puts a Kyoku in deflection? Who does this? Look, if you're going to do one-man defenses, this is just as bad as a freaking Mortu Macabre and Stone Skin. Stop it. It's slowing me down. And nobody's benefiting because you're going to lose eventually. Good lord. This is what you want to see. Look at this. A little sneaky. Don't want to lose too many points. I see you, Sporkmen. Disgraceful behavior. Sign up to what everyone else signs up to. Free one-man defenses. I've done it. You do it. Don't sneak in a full team in the middle of this so you might not lose every single fight. Come on now. If anything, I want to lose points right now because I want more arena fights. I don't know if deflection set will. I have to look at the game code. If they allow deflection mechanics to work generally with polymorph, it could do. But remember what I don't know if I said, I think I said it in Scratch's video. The way that polymorph works is not the way that you think. Polymorph isn't a debuff. Polymorph is an instant effect that applies a debuff. So deflection will send debuffs back. It's whether or not they're going to add the ID that basically triggers the debuff placement, or whether they're going to do it based on the debuff placement itself. If they do it on the latter, then deflection set could work. If they don't, then it probably won't, because it means that only the actual ID being added to the skill will work. So, might as well punt in some. Did they say deflection set will work? I thought they said Yumako would work. I don't recall they said deflection set would work. Let's see. Oh, they did. I missed that bit. Who's going to do deflection set, though? Yeah, sorry, I misread it. Yay, we now get to wait 5 million years. But who's actually going to build a deflection set? Like, if I gave you the option that you can run Stone Skin, you could run Bolster, or you can run Deflection, which has a 20% chance to send Polymorph back. What are you going to run? This is like the HP burn thing. You're not going to suddenly now go, oh, someone's got Stone Skin, I'm going to bring HP burn, because all you're going to burn is the Stone Skin shield. And once you've burnt the Stone Skin shield, your HP burn's useless. It's like they haven't done the math with HP burn. This is going to be the topic of tomorrow's video. It's like they haven't figured out that HP burn does no damage. Because the statement of, well, did you know that there's a blessing that increases HP burn damage? I'm pretty sure if we looked at our live arena stats that we collect, that the usage of the HP burn would be 0.1%. 0.1. I'm pretty sure. I'm not even sure there'll be a single battle with it. If it is, it's going to be on someone who doesn't know what they're doing. Because that blessing is the most useless thing in the game. Just like, if you're going to make HP burn blessing do damage, then you need it to be like 500%. If you want blessings to deal more damage in arena for burn and poison, we need it to be 500% more damage. And then it's still not that viable. We're talking minimal viable. Yeah, exactly, John. If they're using it because they think it's good, without realizing it. Well, Tumacia multiplies her damage based on the burn. It's like poison. It's like burn explosion, right? In a concept, like poison exploder kind of consumes the poison to make more damage. Tumacia increases her damage based on the number of burns out, but even then, it's not a lot. Like, just to give you a comparison of how much we're talking here, right? If you've got a 100,000 HP champion, opponent, right? Which is pretty high end for arena. Most arena champions are going to be in like the 60,000 range, I think, for the majority of players. That means HP burn is going to deal 1800 damage on a 60k, on a 100,000, 3k. So if you put the 6-star blessing, the best blessing, you're going to gain 1500 damage. My Duchess does more than 1500 damage to a single target, for God's sake. Have I play tested the blessings in arena? A lot of them I have. Like, my Duchess is doing nearly the same amount of damage a HP burn would do, for God's sake. And that's like not assuming, one, can I land the burn because they might be block debuffs, so they might be in Stone Skin, or well, Stone Skin won't change, but you know what I mean. They might be in a system where I can't place it, and that I've actually dodged away from polymorph, and then that buff doesn't get cleansed. Right? So if you go 3 different conditions, if they don't work, then you can burn someone and you'll deal 4,500 damage. But remember, guys, they've added that blessing that can do a lot of damage for you, right? It's gonna make HP burn so good. It's like someone grab a calculator. It's not hard. The burn one and poison one specifically. Yes, I did. I tested the burn one. I've actually got a video in the Blessing Spotlights talking about the lethal dose. I've tested it. Lethal dose is even worse because it has to be the poisons that you place. It's not even like all poison damage increases. You have to physically place the poison on that one champion that's got that blessing. So you can't use Calvalax and then activate it with Theodore if Theodore doesn't have... if Calvalax doesn't have the lethal dose. Calvalax has to be the origin. I mean, it's just... It's the way that it's written that's irritated me more than anything. It's almost like, oh, well, did you know that there's a really good blessing that increases HP burn damage? It's like, are you serious? Are you seriously trying to tell me that the answer to polymorph and the answer to the arena meta right now is HP burn? Is that where we're going with this? Because I'll be honest, that just makes me feel like you don't know what you're talking about. That you don't understand the game. That you don't understand your own game. It's very hard for me to find... Like, I honestly try to find justification behind their decisions. I literally have I have nothing. I can't tell you why they think that HP burn is what we needed. I basically gave you a top 10 list of the problems in arena. Not once would it be on there, HP burn is not strong enough to defeat Stone Skin. It's not even on the list. Like, I could literally give you a list of 10 different ideas that's going to be better than that idea, and I don't even have to think about it. It's like, hey, why don't you do something like make a blessing that I've got 50% chance to resist a polymorph, so I can have a blessing that counters polymorph. Or maybe I have a blessing that goes something like... I had a little short list of it. I basically was ranting to one of my clanmates about it. And I basically came up with like 7 different things. I don't know if I can find it now. Probably not, because it's locked away here somewhere. Somewhere I've lost a little chain between the old PC and the new PC. But it was just basically things like, you know, what if we did a blessing where if you have Stone Skin, the Stone Skin becomes protected, but now you take 200% more damage permanently. So there's a pro and con. Or maybe you have something like 50% chance when an enemy polymorphs one of your champions, you reflect that polymorph back to the enemy. Right? So you just give a bit of danger to using polymorph. Right now, the problem with polymorph is it's too free. It's too easy. All I have to do is put polymorph on a champion and it wins. It's just, there's no real punishment. There's no real penalty. There's, like, the only way you can punish someone with polymorph is you polymorph them back. So all I have to do, and even like the new change, is you just basically put a little bit of accuracy. Because who gets polymorphed? Champions that interact with an enemy champion. What do they need to interact with an enemy champion? Accuracy. What don't they need? Resistance. So you've just basically made it a requirement for me to have accuracy against a champion that has no resistance. okay. Polymorph, new polymorph. It's like the Yumako change. What they've basically done with the Yumako change is go, Warlord is now not good enough, you must have Yumako. They haven't gone along and gone, okay, well, we've added more diversity, we've given you more options to try and counter this difficult meta. They've actually narrowed it by now going, oh, by the way, did you know Yumako can deflect stone sheep? It's like, okay, well, I guess I'm running Yumako now because she was already pretty strong to begin with. Now that she's now that they've done that, she's almost like mandatory. There's no, like, you're running into the situation now where the champion that used to be really good in Warlord is now going, well, he doesn't do this, he doesn't do that, he gets feared by Taras, he does. I'll just run Yumako then, right? Because I can stop polymorph. The void legendaries, like, I don't know. That's what I'm saying, Acrobat. She was pretty strong, but now they've almost gone, oh, we realized that she was pretty strong, so now you need to be even stronger. Right, so now we're just going to make it even more narrow. They basically made it so that Yumako's Hex can send sheep back. Only Yumako. And deflection set, which is like 20%, so it's not really reliable. That's the joke of it. It's only Yumako. It's not like they did it with Riho, because guess what? Riho's not coded the same way, because Riho takes the debuff first. Hey, Almighty Toby. We are just grinding CvC right now. Well, Warlord is better because he has a lower cooldown and he puts all skills on all cooldown, whereas Yumako does it not as efficiently, right? So technically, if you care more about putting the enemy skills on cooldown, this is way stronger because it's got turn meter control and it 100% puts all of the skills on cooldown, on a 4-turn cooldown. Whereas Yumako, I think, is a 5-turn cooldown. And it only does it for 3 turns. So, to some extent, Warlord is a better keep the skills on cooldown. But because of Taras fearing him and because of the various different issues with attacking and different things, she's just risen to a little bit more success than before. But now she's even strong. So I'm going to cover it tomorrow in a bit more detail, and I'm going to put my thoughts on what they could have done instead, because to be honest, both of those changes is just like, you know, we took away your champion chase and gave you a skin champion chase because that's what you wanted, and now we're going to go and make it even more like narrow, and we just don't care. And I'm a bit over it, really. A little bit frustrated by it. So and the irony is, like, a lot of people I've seen comments that the polymorph accuracy change is going to help a lot of lower players. I'm like, most players in lower leagues outside of Live Arena are not having the issue of polymorph. The issue is this. This is the issue. Out of 12 possible champions, 10 of them have polymorph. And the only reason why Taras doesn't have polymorph, because Ward of the Fallen is just so goddamn powerful for him. Gives him so much damage. 10 out of 12. You don't see that in lower range. Look how many have got polymorph here. Can I even find a polymorph? Basically, there's one there. Oh, there's 2 here. Like, you don't have the issue of polymorph at low tier. Polymorph is a high-end meta. It's Live Arena and Platinum meta. And the guys in that area are going, Sheep is so dominant with Taras and Marichka, it's boring. Game's unplayable. Because it's the same concept over and over again. It's a sheep fest, it takes way too long. Nerf them. That's what they want to hear. Nerf them. They will never nerf them, though. Deflection isn't going up to 50%, is it? Did they announce that as well? No. Did I just... No, deflection's not going up to 50%. Where did you read about that? Where did you read about the deflection set, Hans? What would I do about polymorph? I did a video on it, but I think generally I'd make it a one-time roll that is only based on stealing or removing buffs. I would also make it so that the mirror copied of the champion, the what becomes the sheep, retains the stats of the parent champion. So if you've got your Mighty Uko running at 300 speed and you get sheeped, he still runs his sheep at 300 speed. And I would also probably put a cooldown on it. Like a one-turn cooldown. So the only way you can actually build, you have to build speed, right? Right now, it is literally so easy that you just go 2-turn Stone Skin, Ultimate Death Knight, 6-star Polymorph, GG. It's too easy. You don't even need to build accuracy on Ultimate Death Knight, because probably you either have enough stat budget to do it, or between Empowerment, Faction Guardians, Affinity bonuses, and all the other effects, Blessing bonuses, I think you get accuracy on Polymorph, if I'm remembering correctly. I could be wrong. You don't need it. You get enough. You get enough base. You'll probably be at like 250 accuracy without actually building a single point of accuracy these days. What am I up to now? Oh, I'm nearly there. 377. Nearly at 400,000. It's going to be a close fight, this. It's going to be close. For the personal rewards, the most expensive ones. I don't even know where we are on the leaderboard at the moment. 51. Hot Tub Warriors, 38 million. Holy moly. Oh, it's T-Swift. Of course it is. What a silly name. Anyone I recognize up here? Lots of international ones. Espanol. I'm guessing that's Cyrillic, which means Ukrainian. Gallifrey up here. What else we got? Rip. No money, no honey. That's a good one. I like that. The Wolf. Ah, look. Main clan. Sons of Sion. It's our main clan. Pumping away. Sitting currently at number 18 or 28. Sacred Pandas are chilling a bit. That's our foe. Dark Matter. Shock and Awe. What happened to IPR? I haven't spotted IPR as well. Are they chilling? Are they having a chill sesh, are they? Do they even exist anymore? What's the number one clans these days? I haven't even looked in such a while. Rankings. Sacred Pandas are number one at the moment. I think Hellhades is in there now. There he is. Immortal Elite. Like some of these player powers are bonkers big. Like they're quite low there, but like, you know, 37 million there. 58 million. What the hell? How do you even get 58 million player power? How do you even get that much player power? What the hell is this? Nasty. Oh, IPR are dropping off a bit. 57 million. Oh, jeez Louise. Just puts it into context, right? I'm at like 19.2. Granted, I could re-gear a lot of champions to probably add another 3 million onto that, but just puts it into the context of like how far away I am from Kraken tier. So far away. I don't actually think I have enough cursed gear. How you think they put a mute player option in the game would help with trolls? In terms of what? I don't even look at the chat. I just put it in a clan chart and do that. There's a mute player option. For speed, HP defense for each level published. I don't have it for each level, Sean. But if you look at the team that I did for the 0 books Sand Devil run, not the 25 one, but the 24, you can use that model and basically keep Aneri 1 speed higher than the boss and a Ninja or whoever your DPS is within like 20 to 25 speed of Aneri and just jump up that way. That would work for you. That works also. If they do champion training for Taras or Marichka, would you compete for it? Honestly, no brainer at this point, no. I have started getting to the point with Arena where I don't think it matters. Because unless I have all of the meta, I can't really compete with the best of the meta. And then I get less invested in it. Like, I haven't got any lockouts. That's a problem. So I could bring Taras Marichka, but without the lockout, it becomes really difficult because I could just get locked out. Do I have the gear for it? I don't know. I don't think I would want to go hard on it. And I don't think they'd ever put him in a training. Like, and even if they did, the likelihood is someone's going to snipe for it. So they tend to put, like, good champions in the training. Like, Krisk is a great champion, but is he really, like, top tier now? No, he's been outscaled. Out of 7 in Ares, I finally got one with 1 book in the revive. Nice. Yes, 1 and 1. Minimum 1 in the passive, maximum 1 in the A3. Should be. 1 and 1. Yeah, I remember that, Krisk. But like, I went for Kyoku, for example, and I did it with 60,000 points. Ultan I did with 15,000 on the free-to-play, right? They're not ever... The champions they put in the champion training these days are not OP champs. The guaranteed ones tend to be really good, but they're not OP, like Ragash, Nekmothar. They're OP in certain areas, but they're not universally OP. They will never put a guaranteed OP arena meta champion. They'd rather do them on a times 10 and sell more shots, I would imagine. And that would be fiscally responsible to do as well. That's what I would do. Why would I give you the chance to have someone like Taras for free when I can just sell you more shots? It's not harsh, it's the reality. It's too strong a champion. I suppose we keep going and finish this epic. I don't really care about the Chaos Hole, but we could finish an event, I guess. Has someone in the clan taken the quest yet for complete an event? We might in the tournament, actually. Do we even want to look at this? This is going to be gross. Oof. Look at this. Gross. I'm number 6, though. Comfortable. Who outscales Krisk? I think many champions do now. Like Demythos outscale Krisk for the extension factor. I think Aneri outscales him for the healing factor. I think there are better ally protectors out there now. There's plenty of AoE decreased speed options. Krisk is the type of champion you throw in when you need an all-in-one solution. But he's never going to be the best at anything anymore. He's just very good at certain clan boss teams, but he's never going to be the best at something anymore. There are better champions out there. Why are they going for it? They're probably going for it because of CvC, Spider 10 hard. They're probably just doing lots of Spider. Yeah, I'm trying not to burn too many gems, but at the same time, you know, I do need to put an effort in for the clan. Meh. How are we looking? Randomly pulled a Void Lego the other day, but it was Fortis. Is there anything he's good for? I think Fortis is actually a lot better than people give him credit for, if I'm being honest. He's a competent damage dealer in high-end content where you don't have good wave clear, right? If you haven't got a Seer, Fortis will be able to clear the higher stages of Doom Tower other champions can't. He can farm Nightmare campaign better than most champions in the game. He can solo Dragon if you want him to and build him in a certain way to do it. He can deal damage in the arena, it's just not that great. He does require a fair champion with him normally, but he doesn't, it's not essential. It would just benefit him a lot if you can bring a fair champion with him. But my Fortis, like, I use him a lot. I use him in campaign farming. I use him a lot more than most champions. I just have him in a good old 205, 5k defense, 266% savage build. Chuck him in with Helm Smasher. I booked him up. And the passive will eventually get there. He's very good for dealing with content where you can't one-shot and you need to. Right? He's very good at dealing with the Doom Tower stuff. If you haven't got an answer for it, then he's a good way to go. How do you know how much crit damage we need to stack to get up to max damage if the boss cap is at 10%? I use the optimizer, Wreck-It Nick. In the optimizer, there is a setting. God, I miss having a stream deck because it's hard work. There is an option in the settings here. If we go into, let's just pick you. When you go into damage mode, and if you have a maximum HP nuke, so imagine the Headman's Dew as a max HP. When you go into battle, and I select, say, Hydra, right? So let's just go find Hydra, rotation 3. If I want Nightmare, I can basically tell it to prioritize defensive stats after hitting 10% of the target's HP. I can even put in AoE damage reduction because every Hydra head apart from Suffering reduces AoE damage by 10%, with Suffering it's 30%. So on average, I put 45% because that's roughly how it works out when Suffering's up. If you set these configurations, what the game optimizer will do is it will try and find the build that gives you the most amount of effective HP, that is tankiness, that also hits the minus 10% of the 10% range. So the almost like the lowest possible number that it could reach to hit that cap, and it will prioritize it. So I just use the optimizer. It does it for me. Same as damage mode. How do I balance attack and crit damage? I just tell the optimizer to do it. I tell it to do damage mode and it tells me the answer. It's when software is going to take over the world, right? That's the way it works. Hey Omni, how's it going? Is there an epic I could use in Hydra instead of Uko? That would be similar. It's a very weird question to ask me. If you mean is there a replacement for Uko, Ugo. It's kind of a similar replacement. I would actually say Uko is a replacement for Ugo rather than that. So, how much crit damage do you need for Royal Guard or Cold Heart for Spider 10 hard? The optimizer is always showing 230% crit damage and weaken. One of my Cold Hearts is capped. I can't remember which one. It is the one on... Which one am I using? Heart. 213% without decreased defense. The key thing to note with that mode, you need to make sure you set the debuffs. If you expect to have decreased defense and weaken, you should tell the optimizer you're going to have decreased defense and weaken. Why? Because that will affect your 10% maximum range. If it hasn't got the drop defense, it has to work harder. So I think pretty much I calculate my Cold Heart here as if there's no decreased defense. I don't trust the Ruelle one. So... what if you can't use the optimizer? I'm mobile only on a Chromebook. We are looking at mobile optimizer. That's all I can say. If you can't use that, then you have to do it by hand. There are tables out there. I don't know if someone in chat has it that kind of tells you what you need for Hydra specifically. That gives you the crit damage ratios. I know that there are tables out there. So, yeah, exactly, Taha. Fortis plus Marshallhead is really strong. Really good. I use it, yes. Any maximum damage, enemy max HP skills, John. Seer, Royal Guard, Husk, Grisor if you've used him, Cold Hearts. Anyone who does damage based on enemy max HP, that's the setting you should use it on. Anyone have a way to beat 104 hard in Doom Tower? That's easy built team. I've got 4 days left. Crowd control normally, Carl. I basically run Vlad and Constantine now with Uko and Romanto. Crowd control, remove passives, and just kill it. We've been talking about that as White Slam, but I don't know when. It's certainly something that we're looking at. I have a 6-star blessing for Battle Sage. What's better, Cruelty or Crushing Rend? Cruelty. She doesn't do damage. Cruelty for sure. Do you have any idea how tournament groups are decided? Looking at your stream, it seems like consistently get put in harsher groups. Not really. I know it's done by level. So if you're in a lower level, then you get capped off. It is based on when you enter the game. So like if you enter the game like a couple of hours after the tournament, you'll get grouped differently. You won't only get grouped when you initiate the tournament. I feel like that's how it works. But it's a bit of a dark art, so we don't really know. Optimizer is spitting out 290% in lethal when 280% in swift parry hits cap. It could be Crouching Grandpa that 290% in lethal is also the better EHP versus the 280% in swift parry. Wolfie has coded that, so I trust that he has coded it accurately. Are there any bad? Yeah, there are some like rare ones, Denta, that don't do very well. Can we see that cat build? Oh, the Akimtum. Akimtum is built in nothing, mate. Like, Akimtum is literally built with no speed. Where is he? Well, that's it. He's built to survive. Enough accuracy to land the hex, and that's about it. He doesn't do anything. I need to build a new Akimtum and swap them over so that this one can be used because he's got masteries. I don't really need the masteries. I'm a bit locked out at the moment. Akimtum, I was actually looking through some of the secret rooms. It's surprising how many secret rooms Akimtum is actually really good for. Because of his ability, if you run him in War Master with stun set, you can actually crowd control a lot of the secret rooms and just auto farm it. So yeah, exactly, Almighty Dobby. It should put you in the right position. I've used Akimtum in Hydra. The problem is a lot of the Hydra heads are immune to poison. So it's kind of like you can use him, but being so that he's immune to poison, you don't get as much value out of him, which kind of is awkward. So yeah, Steel Bowyer is one of them. Yeah, Akimtum is really good. Because the way you build Akimtum is you basically put him in a stun set, and then you put War Master on him. So what ends up happening is when a poison gets activated on all targets that get hexed, he deals direct damage because it gets translated from poison damage to actual physical damage. Then that poison damage will then become physical damage, which can then proc both the stun set and the War Master. So not only do you get crowd control, you also get pretty efficient damage. So if you can bring a lot of poisons with him, especially activators, because an activator will trigger one poison, then what you end up having is just loads of crowd control and damage. It's actually really efficient to clear stuff like secret rooms, where a lot of the time you can't attack people. Like I was doing some secret rooms this week, so that we can start updating the website and getting them all up to date. And a lot of the times you're fighting things like Beardil hammers, right? And they put counterattack up, which means you can't really afford to attack them without crowd control. It's the same as your Carl. Your Carl is also very useful in a lot of secret rooms. Oh, we might fail this one. Find out. I've been trying to work out why sometimes this team just completely fails, and I've not figured it out yet because I haven't been paying attention. It could be this situation here. Normally, as long as I get one more poison up, we should be fine. As long as Arcantum... Yeah, it's when I don't have enough damage. I think I didn't hex enough minions. Every so often it fails. I need to figure out why. Haven't quite figured it out. It could be when Weaken falls off, because if Weaken doesn't land, then you lose 25% damage. Which is probably what happened. I probably didn't land Weaken, which meant I didn't have enough damage out. Yeah. So I probably need to figure out a solution for that, but I don't really think there is one. It's just a 3%. Yeah, you can use Arcantum to spread burn onto Poison Cloud targets. It's actually really good. As I said, the problem generally with Arcantum is, though, his damage is directly through poisons, and poisons is not that great. But as a debuff spreader, he's the best debuff spreader in the game. The only thing you've got to be careful of is, does he debuff spread to a situation where it's not good, right? Does he debuff spread to a point where you can't provoke and then everything gets cleansed? Or does he debuff spread too many poisons around? It can happen. Should be fine still. I don't have Supreme Kale. Come now. The only reason why I'm using Taurus is I get backup poisons and his animation is really quick. Yeah, because he's taking part of the heal, Kevin. Yeah, I think it was a case of just a bit of a perfect storm. It can happen. I mean, we are like running pretty good reliability in terms of hex. It's a consistent run if everything lands, but if something 3%, there's nothing we can do, right? Okay. I've noticed it fails from time to time. It could be that I just didn't have enough hex. I missed like 2 or 3 hexes on Spiderlings, and then therefore she just healed too much beyond the 10%. It is a like, I do have bonus poisons coming out, so that's good. Like you can see, I get lots of poisons on the Queen, so I get a little bit of an advantage. I overkill, but not enough if she heals too much. Who is someone with slow animations? Well, loads of slow weakens. The fastest weaken animations are Glazea and Taurus, because we tested them all. I literally pulled every single champion I had in my game, in my account that had weaken. There's about 16 of them, and we tested them. The only way this is better is, I don't think I can put heal reduction on her, can I? See, she's immune. I can't even stop the healing, so... Yeah, so if I miss 2 Spiderlings, and then I probably low roll something, I don't quite get there. So... Oh, Ruel died. It's a bit of a problem. Ruel dying there might cost us the win. Because 2 Spiderlings stayed alive. Which is a problem. So that's another fail position. If Ruel dies, which he shouldn't do because Ruel is meant to be tanky. This is really annoying. He doesn't die most of the time, but every so often he does. But he's pretty... I mean, he's fairly tanky here. He's at like... Well, he's not really, I guess. He's in defense HP. Problem is, he needs so much accuracy as well, right? He needs... I suppose we could improve this build a little bit. It's hard to make him tanky. Like there, I'm not really gaining much. It needs to be... Why is there no defensive pieces? That's not bad, but I lose too much speed. Like there, I mean, I just don't gain anything. Oh, look, it's a piece there. It's a cell. That's better. Bit better. Took that off him there. What's that got? 5/8 speeds. Okay, so we don't really have both HP. We just want to try and like make sure he doesn't need any stats. He's got enough. We just need to make sure he stays alive. So he's just looking for things that are going to keep him alive, but that doesn't mess his speed tune up as well. Which is partly some of the challenge here. Just trying to find something that's just going to be like slot in. Like that's way too much speed. Way too much speed. Like sometimes we could do it with like... Gives us a little bit more HP. That's a bad piece. I'm not going to use savage pieces on him. That's ridiculous. No, 10 hard, Connor. You get 400 points at 10 hard. You get double. It's all about 10 hard. I don't really want to do that. I want to... What are you making noises for? What? Randomly made a noise. Oh. You need food, yeah? Alright, we're gonna get a drink then. I will be right back. We need to feed the cat and I need to get a drink. So we're going to do that and I'll be back in 5 seconds. So enjoy the gaming chair, I guess, and a lovely view of the Annapurna Trail. I will be back. I'm back. Good night, Acrobat. Chair content the best. So we just need to make him a little bit tankier. Maybe we just go to Fed and see what we get here. Without using any additional speed. That's the goal. That's bad. Well, there's one. Again, I'm not going to commit lethal gear. Too much, too much. We can increase him, we can't decrease him, so... Like, we could take that. Would give us a bit more HP, but it's not great. Well, that's not bad. Can we get a 2? +2. That didn't work. Yeah. We're gonna have to take it from an equipped. How annoying. Why is that piece doing it? Really need to do a good gear cleanse. I think that's on what's on the cards tomorrow, is a major gear cleanse. And what I mean by major is literally diving into all the 5-star gear and just ripping it off my champions and destroying it. Getting rid of it. I should have done it during the free re-gear. I didn't have time to. I think it's now time. It's overdue. It's damaging. I'm... So I don't really want to commit any good sets to it. I just kind of want like throwaway sets. It gives me more defense, but not much else. Wow, it's really hard to find the piece I need. Okay, let's try HP with speed. I need a little bit of something, but not a lot of it, which is it's the challenging part here. Even that's too much. See, it's just one too fast. Like, that's okay, but I actually don't gain anything. Like, we're trying to gain some defensiveness. Right, it's really hard. So I'm not paying attention to chat at the moment. I'm trying to figure this out. Must have a piece on this account that does this. I'm not using. It's just no way an improvement. It all gives either too much or too little or something. Hey, YST. Maybe we can do it on the weapon. One more flexibility on the weapon. What do we want? We want basically speed, HP. That's close. Ooh. Come on. Tell me I don't know it's one there. I don't have a piece that has exactly the same speed. One speed. I don't have a 1-star glyph, that's the problem. I was just trying to find a quick fix to make him tankier. Oh, well, there's a quick fix to make him tankier. Should have started with this one, shouldn't I? Yeah. I should just start with the amulet. Because if I can get, like, HP accuracy. Probably don't need too much accuracy. But that'll give us, like, more. 16 here. Defense, nice. Swap him out of an attack ring. Like, I'm not using him for anything other than this, so... we might as well just throw him in for this, right? More defensiveness. If the fail is if he dies, we lose, then let's take away that risk. Okay. How's the PC? Yeah, it's good now. I'm not stressed about the CPU temps anymore. We've recorded on it, we rendered on it, we put a video out on it. It is flying and it does things way quicker. Right, it's much more tanky now. Right, let's try that again. It's really good, YST. No, I'm just trying to like fix some fail rates. Here we go. So we had a fail rate where if Ruel dies, then what doesn't happen is this setup. We need one more tick to happen so the spiderlings pop out and then Akentum can place it on all of them. But because if two don't get it, we don't kill enough spiderlings, we don't kill the queen. So losing one champion fails this team. So by making Ruel tankier, hopefully we stay alive longer. We were fixing the weakness that if Ruel dies, we lost the team. You can see Cold Heart is struggling a bit, but generally she stays alive. I've never seen her died. I haven't tried them all together, Dander. That would be awful, but it could work. Obviously, there's nothing I can do about weaken resisting or hex resisting. I mean, that's going to happen. But what I have done in those scenarios is I've tried to build in as much additional excess damage. So what I mean by that is I've got 3 poisons coming out here. I've also got Taurus putting 4 poisons out. So I've basically got like a lot extra poisons here. Would Yumako's A2 work with Hex from Artifacts set? No. What? Well, maybe it would actually, Mike. I've never really thought about it. Let me check the game code. It's always the first place to look. Yumako. Her A2. Destiny's Mirror. Quick question. If a commanding presence 2-star blessing is on a champion, the lead has a 20% aura, would the aura then be 22.5%, or am I wrong? So it should be 20. If it's 2-star, you get 2.5%. So it's 20 times 1.025. So it should be 20.5%. Because you get 2.5% of 20%. You don't get an additional. It's not additive, it's multiplicative. So if you translated that into speed, for example, a 100 champion normally would get, 20 speed. They would then therefore get 1.025. They would get 20.5. They get half a speed, basically. So it works multiplicative. It doesn't work additive. Otherwise, that would be way too strong. Be kind of crazy. What was I checking? Oh, yes. Yumako. What are the conditions? It's the A2, isn't it? Oh, it's a passive, isn't it? I forget this. I check all the skills. Mission target has effect kind placed by producer. It should work. Mike. The condition is basically Ally team counter with the hero. No. 6890. I don't know who 6890 is. 6890. Karato. Does she only do it with Karato in the team? No, she doesn't. What does she do with Karato on the team? I forget these things. Whenever a Veil has a 70% oh, I'm looking at the wrong ability, am I? Which one is it? Whenever an enemy tries to place debuffs on either this champion or an ally, has a 50% chance. Has a 30% chance against bosses. Whenever someone fills, so it's a turn meter fill. So I'm trying to translate the skill. Karato and Yumako are some of the most complicated champion skill configs you'll ever read in this game. It's actually painful to read it all. Okay, that's the turn meter steal in. Do we know it definitely it failed again? What happened that time? Anyone able to point out why that team did I not land a weaken? Was it too many can someone just rewind back and check that last run for me to see why that spider team failed? That will explain why it is. It needs to be multiplicative. What caused that to fail? If I want to use Uko in both Hydra and Arena, should I favor stats or provoke set? In both scenarios, Carter, you need to be reasonably tanky. So it needs to be a combination of both. You can't just run a very glass cannon champion in either area. Well, this is normally running fine, Jared. I'm just trying to figure out what the fail rates are because I'm not always watching to see what happens. Was it no weaken? Yeah. So it's probably just 3% a weaken. I mean, it's going to happen, I think, even when you have Mithrala in a team. Like, you can't make it 100% certain. Great. It's fine, though. The only way you can make this better is if you bring some sort of backup weaken. But, like, I'm already stretching my build a little bit to try and find it all to work. Like, I needed a triple poisoner with Akimtum and Cold Heart in the build. The only way to make it better is if we brought an enemy max HP with weaken. Which would be... Can't do Seer because Seer's AoE. Seer would be the option. Someone like that. Someone the backup. So you've got a backup weaken.
Hoping for a sincere
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't fail that often, Gort. I mean, we've run it like 12, like I've ran 20, and the first one was because Ruel died. Well, we've eliminated that. The weaken generally is a 3%, and I've got enough poisons that it doesn't matter if he doesn't hex everyone. If he misses a hex or two, I can normally recover with lots of poison dumping, because Tyre will activate all those poisons. When we do this now, she's not just activating the poisons to kill the spiderlings, she's activating them all on the queen as well, so she's going to do a lot excess damage. So we do overkill the queen a lot. It's just if we happen to get a lot of bad RNG, but hey. Yeah, I'm not so bad. Weaken basically increases the damage the spiderlings deal to the queen. This is basically 25% of 30% damage. It's a lot. If you don't have Neria or champs to solo Sand Devil, could you build a team that just nukes him instead? Yeah, so there is a strategy on Mighty Dobie that uses a slower Duchess with a Riho or someone with lots of debuffs, and then you just use enemy max HP like double Septimus, double Armiga, double Acrisia, and you kill the Sand Devil that way in the windows in which you can debuff him. But in order to do that at a higher level, you have to debuff him. Would Burn comp like on hard 10 for this? There is a burn comp on Spider for this, which is basically Ignatius, double max HP reset. So the idea is you burn all the enemies. I think it's actually, is it like, I think it's double activation max HP reset. So it's like Ignatius, Theodore, kill, Spiderlings die, reset, Ignatius, Theodore, kill. I believe that's the activation cycle. So you basically burn them and activate them to enough that the spiderlings are just about to die, and use your AoE max HP to kill the spiderlings to kill the queen. You have to kill all the spiderlings at the same time to ensure that the queen doesn't take a turn with some spiderlings alive, because you are quite maxed. If you could do it perfectly, it's a 10-second run. Yeah, I saw you using them. I've seen the Mithrala reset. I prefer the non-reset option, just because it means I don't have to lock in a thing. So yeah, so you can see I had excess poison. It took down 10% of the max HP. So I think this is a pretty safe team. Obviously, now that Ruel's tanky, it's even safer. There could be ways to mitigate it, but I'm pretty happy with it. Night Quarantine. Right, going back to what I was looking at here. I don't know if it is just her hex. I know it says it should, but I'm looking at the code and it doesn't make much sense to me. Because I can see we have one passive effect here that affects 5,000, which would be debuffs. And that doesn't require her to have a hex. And then there is one here that works on 4001, which I think is turn meter control. Let me check. I said these champions are the most complicated to translate. Like, I'm pretty sure Karato is like 3 different skill combinations for all of his skill combinations. It's pretty brutal. Debuffs. Needs 4001. Yeah, so increased turn meter requires the relation target effect to the in place by mark kind ID. Relation producer is ally. Relation producer is boss. Relation target is ally. I mean, that doesn't say. That doesn't say that you need to have hex, which is baffling. It literally just says that the relation target cannot be an ally, that the producer of the effect cannot be a boss or is a boss, there's 2 options, and the target is an ally. It doesn't even require a hex according to this, which is bizarre. I guess there must be some sort of secret skill activation. Is that maybe how it's activating? A2, here you go. So that applies to Hex. Okay. Then O3 puts that skills to change, that skills to change. Fine. Then we've got O4, which is happening here on target 42. Random enemy. Okay. Yeah, I don't... Has anyone actually got Yumako? No, it's failed again by some reason. Probably not enough weaken. Has anyone actually got Yumako? That can test whether or not another Hex works with a passive. Because the code to me suggests the only thing that requires her Hex is Karato's. That's what I'm seeing from the code. The code basically says Karato, the turn meter thing, if you need Karato and her Hex, whereas if there is the other stuff is enemy random with her Hex. Without her, like, it just says a random enemy with Hex. It doesn't necessarily say her Hex is a condition, which is unusual. Yeah, it's a lot of turn time, Gort. If I'm being honest, I'm already pushing it at 27 seconds. I might just throw out the Akamtum and see if I can get a better team that's on 10 seconds. Like, you got to imagine, 10 seconds additional time for me, Gort, is a quarter the efficiency. And when it comes to... This is the problem here now. See, we didn't do enough damage because we didn't land weaken. Hopefully she's got poisons though. Yeah, we didn't land weaken. It's the weaken that's failing. It's annoying. I think I'm gonna have to rebuild it though. I messed around with it when I took Dark Kale out. Dark Kale would activate the poisons a bit better. Yeah, so the reason why I've got Tyre in here, Gort, is because I wanted 3 poisons in case one of them failed to reduce that risk. The weaken is the problem. If I lose weaken, I can probably survive without the Hex on 1 or 2 allies. It's the weaken that costs the loss, I think. Because it's just not enough damage without the weaken. The weaken's 25% more incoming damage just generally. Would you recommend taking Fenchi to 6 stars? Just pulled him. Absolutely, Connor. Never... part of HH Gaming, when he did the free-to-play challenge, found a lot of success out of Fench. He's very good in Clan Boss, very good in Fire Knight early on. The problem is I just don't know how to, like, even Ruel's passive, you replace Ruel, I'm reducing incoming damage on the Queen by 10%. Now you could just say, well, I could just take out Ruel and run someone like another max HP, but then I've got to run Akantum faster with Hex, which means we need to reset him, and then I've got to run Renegade. It changes the whole team. Yeah, it does, Stico. What I'm wondering is it just bad? What we need to do is we need to find, like, your testing scenario would be take Mithrala and put her without the A2 being used by Yumako and see if she's still deflecting debuffs. If she doesn't, then it's fine. Yeah, Gort, but that's slower, isn't it? It's like 30 seconds plus. If I'm being honest, 27 seconds is a bit of a pushing it. It's your first alternative. I think, Almighty, if you check Deadwood's channel, I know he did a lot more variable, lower speed rabbit teams with Demitha. So Deadwood's probably got a bunch. I focused more on the higher end scale of it, but there are more budget versions with Deadwood. I just didn't want to repeat the same content. God, poisons me. be a Taurus. Let me find one for you. I'll find one for you now. Twin Tower, Station 3, Stage 1. Good, Tuck's got some there. Surprisingly not many with Tauruses on the worst wave. You could try stage 11, Steeko. That's got a Stag Knight and a Crypt King. That's quite a lot of debuffs. Because you get double on a 5-man team. You could try 15. I don't know if Richthof prioritizes his poisons first. Richthof is on stage 15. And what else we got going on here? Stage 11. Yeah, try stage 11. Yeah, 37 seconds is too long for me, Go. I'd rather fail than run at 37 seconds, I guess. Even though technically... Oh, right, look at that. That was close. Fortunately, I only need one. I might just have to rip up the... I might just have to go back to the drawing board a little bit and rethink the team comp for next clan versus clan. Hopefully I'll have a month to build it out, so... Think you can replace Taurus with Supreme Kale? Just need a weaken, basically. 100% weaken. I think as long as I've got weaken, like now, I don't have weaken. This is going to fail because I don't have weaken. Most likely. And I have no backup weaken either. It might still be okay. See, it's not enough damage now. No weaken. I'm starting to wonder if he hasn't got enough accuracy because he's failing a lot more than 3%. He's failing a lot more than 3%. I mean, he should have enough. I mean, he has increased accuracy as well, right? I mean, look, he's got 375. He's got he's got more than enough. He's just 3%ing a lot. I don't know. I need to look at it. Yeah, but even then, 375, he's got more than enough, right? He's fine. I know it's first, yeah, but he's got more than enough, as I said. Like, 375 is plenty. He's just being a douche. Yeah, I just think I probably need to go back to the drawing board a little bit. Maybe I can make a faster team in general. I haven't theory crafted a better team yet, but maybe there's an option to do it. Maybe I could just run max HP fully with, or maybe I can, now that I've got Sakia, maybe I can run like a burn strategy. Like basically burn, activate, activate. We could run like Sakia Artak as a potential. I just need a really, really fast, reliable 100% team, basically. If we could do that, then we're laughing. I know, right? Good old Calvalax. I actually do think, a lot of people, it was an interesting debate, and it'd be an interesting debate to discuss. I actually think without Calvalax, Theodore is about half the value of the champion. I don't think Theodore is anywhere near as powerful as he is without Calvalax. I don't think so, because it becomes enemy max HP, so you're not actually activating it. Activation is completely different to max HP nuke, right? Well, we're up to 400,000 now, so we should be good. So it definitely does require her hex. It's interesting how the coding works. Because there is actually no condition that says it must be her hex other than the turn meter. The turn meter specifically says relation target has effect of kind placed by producer mark kind, which is like Yumako has placed the hex. But it doesn't say that for the first effect, which is of 5,000, or the second effect, which is the boss. Weird. So I don't know, basically, but I would imagine it will work. I would imagine if you have a Yumako, and as long as she's in curse set, then it could work. But then, will it break the game? Because if you think about it, the way that it works at the moment is Yumako places hex on target A. If target B, C, D, or E on the enemy team tries to place a debuff on any of your team, target A gets the debuff. So what happens when multiple enemies have hex? Like, have we tried actually putting hex on multiple enemies with Yumako? What happens? It wasn't really a question or a statement. It's more like a discussion point, Madman. Is Theodore somewhat dependent on Calvalax to be considered OP? Right? We know the double Theodore, double Calvalax, triple Theodore, double Calvalax, those type of teams are really incredibly strong. But is Theodore on his own, without the Calvalax setup, actually that potent? Or is he just a very good champion? I think he's just a very good champion, because I actually don't use him all that much. I use him in Ice Golem now, but I don't use him all that much. Like, he's basically made this team up here, and I use him a bit in Hydra, but I'm using it because I got Artak, not because of him. I don't know. I just never found any use for him. Like, I don't use him in Dragon 10 hard. I don't use him in Spider. I don't use him in Finite, because I haven't got the Calvalaxes, so I can't put the poisons up before the shields. I don't really use him in Hydra that much. I just use him because I've got Artak. I don't use him in any potion keeps. I don't use him in Sand Devil. I don't use him in Doom Tower. I don't use him in Clan Boss. I'm just sitting there thinking, where do I use him? He's basically an Artak bot. Not that strong. Are there burners that pay better? I think Sissio and Artak is better than Theodore Artak. I'll die by that statement. I think having Artak, who can do decreased attack with burn, paired with Sissio, who can do decreased defense and weaken with burns, and extend the burns here, is better than Theodore and Artak. I think Sissio and Artak is a better combo. I actually think, as a combo, Sissio and Artak can probably complete the game. I think they can complete the game. It's not that I don't find him useful. It's more like when you pull a champion that's meant to be like S tier, I'm looking at it from a point of, did it change my account? And for me, I used him, I built him, I got really excited when I pulled him, but then when I started to try and fit him into teams, I was like, well, if I want to maximize the real value out of Theodore, he's almost dependent upon Calvalax, because he needs the fuel. Otherwise, it takes so long for him to get going, right? If he hasn't got the fuel, he hasn't got the poisons, it's a bit like Taras. Taras hits really hard, but if you're not going to give him any buffs, is he hitting all that hard at all? Probably not, right? I mean, that's what it comes down to. He's probably not hitting that hard at all. Yeah, but none of those truly matter, Dutchy. In the context of things, Like, you could make an argument that he's got a good decreased speed, and I could say, well, so has White Dryad Nia, so has Krisk, so has lots of champions, right? Like, I'm going to use Uko for decreased attack. Not decreased attack, sorry. Who am I thinking of that I use as decreased speed? Like Nekmothar, way better in Hydra. So he has all those, but in the context of the champion, do those things actually make a difference? It's a fair comment. It's not that I'm saying he's bad. Like, I'm not trying to be like... I don't want this to come across as like an elitist statement. I'm just kind of throwing it out there. I was like, when I got him, I expected him to have more impact on my account than he actually did. And is it because I simply just don't have the Calvalaxes? Would I be in a totally different place if I had the Calvalax? Does he become, for me, way stronger when I have the Calvalaxes? And I think so. I think basically for my account, he's actually not that good until I actually get some Calvalaxes. Then he becomes incredibly strong. I suppose, like, you could argue, like, Artak is really, really good champion on his own, but he needs extenders. Like, Michinaki, I think, is really, really good, but he needs support. He can't sustain the Hex on his own. And I think that's the same thing with Theodore for me. He can't just go into a team without, for my level of account, and just carry the game. He needs, like, the champions around him to really maximize his value, because there are better options for me available than Theodore. Yeah, but I mean, Seer doesn't even need buffs, so... He slows my Seer team down. He would slow my Dragon team down. I replaced Theodore, right? I replaced Theodore in Dragon 10 hard with Dark Hail because it was more consistent and reliable. So I actually took him out of a team that I was using him in. Yeah, Nekmo and Curse is a great option, 100%. I think anyone with an AoE A1 in the Curse set is going to be really good, but like I don't think I have a Curse set. I legit think I have nothing in Cursed. I'm going to have a look now, actually. My entire account has 2 pieces of Cursed gear. I have crit rate gloves and a shield. I can't even make a set. Where do we farm Cursed from? Is it Fire Knight? No. No, it's probably Ice Golem, isn't it? It's a good thing that we've got a good farm and Ice Golem going. That's all I'm going to say, because I need to farm Ice Golem so hard. I need Provoke and I need Curse Gear. Like, Theodore's in this team here, right? But he's not in here for, like, that many things. What he's here for is the Artak activation. You could argue, like, Cecile can do this just as good. His decreased speed is not important. His weaken is not important. His poisons are not important. I've disabled it. I've literally, all I've got him doing is A1 and A3. I don't even care about the decreased speed. So in essence, anyone who just activates, the only advantage here is he can do it without attacking, which means the risk of activation is a lot lower, because essentially I've taken the risk of activating the passive by 1/3. But I actually don't care about the A2 or the A3, so I'm almost like making his kit solely around the activation. Do you think Nekmo will be cursed? Well, it's a fake argument. I actually think probably I'd be looking to put cursed on a support champion that didn't depend so heavily. Oh, I'm dying a little bit here. Did we miss a decreased attack? We did. Oh, keep the Artak alive. Oh, that was close. That was a close death. I actually think Nekmo probably in Relentless is still good, Chris, because of the A3. Probably I would be looking for, like, as I said, someone like Krisk. Krisk is much better. You wouldn't want Krisk in Relentless. You'd want him in something like Cursed. I think anyone with an AoE A1 is going to be better in Cursed that isn't so dependent on the speed tuning. I'll have a look at my teams now and see which ones I would do it in. Like Uko. Ugo would be better in Cursed, right? Ugo would be great in Cursed. Would Shamael be good? Yes and no. Sabella in Cursed? Yeah. Sabella in Cursed. Yeah, but she doesn't need it, does she? She can kill it without it. If I wanted to, I could just use a Weller's buff, does she? Like, I don't actually need it. I can use a Weller's buff if I want. Yeah, pretty much. Awela is in Stalwart Defiant. Like, if we replay it. Right, we can go here. I'll auto. Damn it, it was too quick. His animations are goddamn quick. I'm overkilling them. That's 662,000. I probably don't need the buffs. Yeah, shield set. Again, I'm not saying Theodore's bad. I'm not trying to make a like one of these like dramatic statements. I'm just giving you my experience as an endgame player here. I found that I haven't got as much team usage out of Theodore as I expected I was going to get when I pulled him. He didn't instantly change my account because I don't have the Calvalax. If I had the Calvalaxes, then he'd probably be going in my finite team. He'd be probably going into like every team. Calvalax just sets him up. I just found I haven't found that much use for him. I don't even care if he dies at this point, right? He's just here to try and speed it up. The only reason why he dies, I didn't land decreased attack. But it's still 100% without him, see? He's not, like, Theodore is not making this run work because he's in it. He's just speeding it up. Any activator would speed this up. Let's find out. Let's waste 20 energy. Yeah, he's speeding it up. I'm not denying he's not having an impact, but what I'm saying is any activator could. I could run another attack. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Do we have enough with this? We do, Dutchy. My series broken. Somehow Renegade didn't die there. It's got to wait a turn now. She died that time. Ooh, Artak died from something. That's rare. What kind of stuff now? I've never seen this team fail. Wow, that's first. That's the first time this team has failed in like 100 runs. I don't know if Artak got double crit back to back or something, but that's rare. Because Artak is normally super tanky once he gets his passive destroyed. Like 50% defense keeps him alive like loads. Oh, I tell you what I think it is. I think he may have 3%ed the A. I think he may have 3%ed the boss or something and just got double crit. Something like that. I've never seen it fail that many. I've never seen him die. I've seen Artak get low sometimes. I've never seen him die. Oh, did he get the decreased defense? Yeah, that'll kill him. He's got plenty of resistance, but if he does get 3%ed in a bad rotation, it can happen, I guess. Very rare, though. Very rare. I said, it's the first time I've seen that fail in like over 70 runs because I've been tracking it. So I guess to decrease defense, he probably got hit nasty with it and then just didn't have enough HP continuous heals. So, I mean, he is good. I'm just saying, he's just not transformed my account like I thought he would. I think that's what I'm trying to say. He just wasn't as account transform, he didn't transform my account as much as I thought or hoped he would. Artak's just in random build. I think he's like 92,000 HP. Like, he's just built tanky. Yeah, normally it's not a problem though, because the turn meter gain that you get from Oella and the more raw healing, I find is a bit better than Elva. Elva, you kind of get more consistency in terms of like the A2. The problem I've got with my team is Seer takes a lot longer to die. You can see it there, right? Seer is taking a while to die because of the Awakening passive. So if I was to run Elva, all those continuous heals won't go on my other two champions, and probably Theodore dies a lot more often. Whereas because Oella's passive works for everyone, as long as they take 15% max HP, they get a continuous heal. The Theodore is healing up, whilst the Seer is taking a few extra turns to die. If the Seer died straight away, Elva would be better. And also, if I wasn't running a double activator, then Elva would be better. The moment you add in a third champion or fourth champion, Elva drops down in priority for me personally. I think Oella goes up in priority because you basically get more general healing output, right? You just get more healing put towards the team. Who has most recently transformed my account? Honestly, Oella. I use Oella in more places now than anywhere else. She's in my Sand Devil. She's in my Iron Twins team. She's in my Doom Tower climbing team now. She's in the Ice Golem team that I use. I throw her generally anywhere. She's the best healer on my account. She's changed a lot of my teams. How would I use her? She would be going straight to my arena team. She would be put at like 300 speed and as much accuracy as I can get green. I'd even put her faster if I can get her to like... I'd actually probably take all of my Arbiter speed gear and put her in as much accuracy with the highest amount of speed that I could get and put her in arena and just watch as my enemies can't do anything. Yumako. I basically need a lockout champion. The one thing in my account that I do not have is a lockout champion. You could say go Basher, go Alika, it's not the same. I need a Warlord or Yumako. I need one of those two. I could go with... I can find a way around the Taras problem. I can't find a way around the Warlord problem or the Oella problem. The Yumako problem. Saf, can I put an optimizer question to you? To do with 6-star blessings and damage increases from... you can ask the question. Yes, ask the question. What is the question, Ruthless Pug? Would the optimizer be able to check on how many teams I use a champion since it tracks? We will be having a full stats page, Scrum. We haven't done it yet. We are working on it. We'll have full stats info so you can see how many dungeon runs you've done, which teams you're using more regularly, and all those sorts of things. Artak is just in broken gear. He's just in random sets here, look. He's just built 92k HP, 4.2k defense, enough accuracy and resistance. So when we go to the Ice Golem peak, that's what he's built like. Obviously his resistance is low because he's getting the Oella aura, which is 75, 76 with the blessing. Plus she gives him the increased resistance. So by the time he's in there, he's actually at like 233 plus 76. So he's at like 309 times 1.5. He's normally running at 463 resistance. The power of Oella. She gives a huge aura and the buff. It makes a big difference. I can save a lot of stat budget. And he's just obviously in Brimstone here. Booked up. Masteries wise, you can see I take a War Master off him. I don't need him to do War Master damage. Yeah, I don't have Kaima. But even then, that's debuff, Chris. So he's just going to get sheeped. I mean skill lockout. The Warlord Yumako is what my account lacks. It's probably some of the hardest barriers for me entering the sort of upper echelons of arena if I went and cared about it, right? Because I don't, generally when I'm in live arena, I don't have an answer to those other than to ban the champion. So 6-star blessing gets 50% damage increase boss passive and 20%. Yeah, 24% increase from here. So talking spider 10. How would that work out damage increase factor in? So the optimizer doesn't factor it in. The optimizer will still find you the best build. Unless you're doing the 10% cap. It matters for the 10% cap. It doesn't matter for anything else. The reason why I say that is, say like it finds 100 builds and there was no limitation to your damage. Well, the number one build is still going to be the best build because essentially all of those builds are going to get 50% multiplier and then a 24% multiplier, so they're still in that same order. The only difference is if you're trying to limit the amount of damage you need, then it would matter. So we probably need to add that support. But essentially, it would be final damage times 1.5, final, and then times 1.24. It's just multiplicative with it alongside it. Gold 3, I don't need it, green. Because gold 3, I can flex, right? When I'm in gold here, right? So say like we're looking at this team. I can't redo it yet. Say like we're looking at this team. I can normally counter the teams in tag by basically throwing a team if I need to. So like, for example, if I see a hegemon like this, I'll put my Cupidus team against it, and then I'll probably outspeed the enemy team. If I'm seeing teams that are incredibly strong, then I won't be able to. And also tag team, there's a lot more built like champion diversity because you have to build 3 teams. It's much easier to counter people. I mean, it's not like I can't hit plat. I could probably hit plat if I want to, but it would be hard for me to do it without Taras, Marichka, Sify, like, imagine if I said to you, I'll give you an account that's got good gear, some great champions, great souls, but you're not allowed to use, in the current arena meta, you're not allowed to use any Hefrak or Kaimar. You're not allowed to use Sify or Rotus. You're not allowed to use Yumako. You're not allowed to use Harima. You're not allowed to use Taras, Marichka, or Quintus. Obviously, Quintus is a different thing. You're not allowed to use any of those. Those are off limits. You're not allowed to use Cardiel. Off limits. You're not allowed to use Warlord. Don't have that. Like, you start running down the list. No Leo. You're not allowed to use that either. You start running down the list and going, okay, well, you know, we can use a Pythian. I got a Duchess. Okay, it's not so bad. It just, like, there's no Jorgid. Not allowed to use that. No Solus. Can't use that one either. That one's out. It's actually quite an amazing talent that I've managed to get through all of this gameplay for 3.5 years. I don't even have a Torment, for God's sake. Like, I've got through the entire game span, and I've managed to dodge what is considered now the top 10 champions. I've dodged them all. I don't necessarily want Harima, but it would benefit me. So what ends up happening, right? And I've seen this, people say this, like, well, why don't you, you know, you still got Turvold, you've got Necret. I was like, well, because I don't have the other powerful champions, the one powerful champion that I have, which is like Necret, gets banned. Which means then, once Necret is banned, how do you keep alive the Turvolds, the Barons, the Vladimirs, the Constantines? That is the challenge you have when you don't have the meta. You actually don't have any other champion to offer up to make it a challenging, right? So when you're facing a team that's basically Arbiter, Kaimar, Warlord, double nuker, it's actually quite hard to ban that out because you can ban the Arbiter, but Kaimar's probably going to be fast with the aura. You can ban the Kaimar, but then Warlord is going to lock you out and Arbiter's going to go fast. You can ban the Warlord, but then Kaimar and Arbiter is going to reset cycle you to death. You can't really ban that out because there's too many options. So you can try and ban out the damage, but probably they've put a Leo with a Warlord, a Leo with like a Rotus or something. So in those type of scenarios, the only solution for me is to go first and lock them out. But I don't have that option, so then I end up going banning Warlord and losing because Kaimar chain cycles me, or I get lucky with Uko, steals like block debuffs and I'm able to stun lock them. So it can be won, but it's very hard to. Whereas if I was basically sitting there going, it's alright, well I've got Taras, Marichka, Ultima Death Knight and Sify, it doesn't really matter because they probably can't lock me out. Because even if they try to, I can probably get out of it. I'm not going to die. If they try to attack me, Taras is going to one-shot them. It becomes like a totally different prospect because you can't really ban out Taras Marichka. You can ban the Taras, but then I probably got like a backup nuker in there. So it becomes a question of, it's not about whether or not my account can do it. It probably can. It's whether it's worth the effort and whether or not I actually have the patience to basically probably lose a lot to find that one chance of winning. Because there's just no way that I can compete with the top end. It's a roster issue, not a ability or gear issue. You'll always end up with that situation because I simply just don't have enough OP champions to avoid my one OP champion from getting banned. So, such is the way. Like even Harima, right? It's not that I would necessarily want Harima, but I could make people think that Harima's really strong, offer her up as a ban, and people go, I can't deal with Harima, I need to ban it. Right? That's what I'm kind of trying to do with people like Vlad. I offer up Vlad because people look at the 5-star going, ooh, that looks scary, I'm going to ban it. If a person is smart, they ban the Constantine, and then the whole fight is way harder. The only lucky thing is I got him with Life Harvest, so I can get a lot of turn meter, so I can obviously catch people out. But that is like the thing. I'm trying to basically offer up people to sacrifice the champion that I don't actually want, but it makes it look scarier so that you don't ban something like my Duchess or my Necra. If you ban those two, it's so much harder for me because I don't have the support behind the champions to keep them alive. And if you can keep killing someone, it doesn't matter how many times you can revive them. If you keep killing them, they can't take a turn. So, well, the problem with Romantu is polymorph. Like, can you imagine, right, and we were looking at this earlier, can you imagine a Romantu trying to do anything here? Look at this. 6-star, 4-star, 4-star. So if the Siphi doesn't roll it, the Uko will. If the Uko doesn't roll it, the Necret will. And he's going to basically have 2 attempts per champion. So you've got 20% twice, 20% twice, 20%, like... He's going to get polymorphed if you use that. So you then don't have a champion. So you can't bring Romantu, which means you can't stop the passives. That is the fundamental problem with polymorph, is the counters to these OP champions can't be used because they get countered by polymorph. So, there you go. Hey Greta, how's it going? Exactly, Dutchy. The Kaimar Baron looks scarier than Helicath, when actually I'm more afraid of Helicath more often than not. Because you'd be surprised how many times Helicath gets in and you're like, I actually can't do anything. I'm stuffed. Because you can't get rid of the buff and you can't do any damage unless you've got someone that can bypass block damage, which is really only Baron in any sort of effectiveness, or like a Jorgid. You kind of get into this cycle of that Helicath's going to eventually take me down. He might not one-shot me, but he's going to take me down bit by bit until I probably die. Like this type of team here, this is so easy to beat for me because I just do this. So easy. Like, you can't ban me out. It's the ban that is more difficult more often than not. The ban squeezes your roster. Like, I could use this against a lot of teams, but I can never use it in live arena. This team is impossible to use in live arena because Cupidus will get banned. Then I can't win. Or Venus will get banned, and then Cupidus is not as good. But if you ban the Cupidus, you not only do you deprive me of the win condition, you also give me a bot because Venus is not any use in arena. Once she's there to make Cupidus strong. So it's the ban that squeezes your roster more than anything else, right? This type of team, if I was facing it in live arena, it's like, well, I don't mind because I got Cupidus. You can't touch my Cupidus. Keep attacking me. Cool, thanks. I can just keep I can do this all day. That's it. Keep throwing it. You can steal my stone skin. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to kill you. See what I mean? But in live arena, Cupidus gets banned. This is not a viable strategy. So when you don't have that, how do you beat it? That's actually quite awkward. We might lose a little bit. I think we're alright. And Kaimar's great with Cupidus because obviously he can't help but wake him up. So Polymorph is going to change nothing, Rek. The change to Polymorph does nothing. It's just going to do nothing. I'm pretty sure that 95% of the top end players will change nothing in their builds for the upcoming Polymorph change. Nothing changes about it. It doesn't even... It's like a change that benefits no one. All it does, it makes it look like they've fixed Polymorph. By going, oh, well, we'll do the same thing we did to Brimstone. But if you remember, when they changed Brimstone, they also changed the protection status. When they changed Phantom Touch, not only did they change the chance for Phantom Touch to activate, they also reduced the multiplier of the damage by 35%. So there was 2 adjustments to both Brimstone and Phantom Touch. With Polymorph, 1 adjustment. It doesn't change anything with the top tier Almighty Dobie. Because they've either got 6-star already, or the enemy's not building resistance. So the worst case scenario happens, Ultimate Death Knight might get like a little bit more accuracy. Maybe they put an amulet on that has a little bit more focus with accuracy instead now that they need it. Do you think they'll introduce block blessings as a skill? It's an interesting concept, that. Like a debuff that blocks the blessing. That could be interesting. Certainly adds more interest. That's a better solution. Yeah, if you could cleanse Polymorph. Or like, I just think the punishment is so hefty with Polymorph. Yeah, Helicath can be surprisingly annoying. Do you think they'll ever add a Polymorph immune champ? They might. They might do. Take them a while though. Like, even if they just made it so that the sheep model retains your stats, right? When you kill a Hydra head, it keeps the turn meter and it still runs at the speed of that Hydra, right? So if it's the Mischief head, it runs quite fast. That's why sometimes you don't get a chance to attack the Mischief head. When you become a sheep, you lose all your speed. So even if you've put like 340 speed on your champion, you're running at 150 speed for 2 turns. It's just such a harsh punishment. Like, your turn meter gets reset. Like, everything is just it's just too much of such a harsh punishment. You know what I mean? It's just, it shouldn't be like that. Yeah, and you lose half your health. It's damage reduction and HP. If you look how much HP you get, he gets 6,000, what's this? 6,000, 7,000, 8,500 HP with, was it 28% crit damage? He gets 28% crit damage, 8,500 HP, and then he gets the bone armor benefits. And bone armor interacts in a weird way with different things with his passive and stuff. So, it's just, if you're running Rotus or you're running Taras and you're not running Ward of the Fallen, change it. It's really powerful, especially on Rotus, because it's bugged at the moment. So what I wanted to do quickly is, yeah, it's 38% crit damage. It's a lot, isn't it? It's kind of nutty. So I basically run these teams. So my Nightmare team is this. We reached Silver 4 a couple of hours ago with basically playing Arbiter, Harima, Deliana, Mother Sibel. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I can climb in Live Arena right now, Greta. I just can't be bothered with it. When you get into gold, though, it's gonna be hot. It's gonna be awful. Like, I can easily, I win a lot of my Live Arena fights at the moment. I just don't enjoy it because it's always the same teams and I get bored. I'll do it from time to time. I'm not. The game mode for me is just so limited. There's no strategic depth to it. It's no real thinking about it. I just run my 5 champions over and over and over again. If I get bad RNG, I lose. If I get good RNG, I win. So yeah, so my bottom team here, this is like my Nightmare team. So I could imagine, I don't really need Cursed because I got Mithrala. So this one is fine. If I was to put it on anyone, it would be probably Kantra. And I would now put Miracle Heal. I would probably put Ugo in Curing. Move her over. I actually need to put, like, Ideally, Nekmothar would be a higher blessing, and I would swap Cruelty over to Nekmothar and then give Ugo Miracle Heal now. Because I'm pretty sure Miracle Heal with Curing on Ugo's A3 is going to be a lot better these days. Yeah, Harima needs Siphi. It's the same thing with Solus, right? Solus is very strong, but he needs Siphi. He needs the increased defense buff, and Harima also does as well in the initial phase. If you can one-shot Harima, she's not a problem. If you take her out early, she's not a problem. When Harima becomes a problem is when she can scale, when she gets around to that second AoE ability. That's when Harima gets out of control, because you can't really take control back, and she's gained so much extra defense, now she's really hard to beat. But without that, she kind of needs the increased defense buff at the start. No, Cantress might provoke. Because of Nekmothar's turn meter control, I get back around to Cantor all the time. We do yell at Cantor from time to time, but it's pretty consistent and reliable. I've been using this team in Nightmare Hydra for like 3 months now, and I one key pretty much comfortably all the time. Sometimes I have really bad RNG, but it is what it is. It's better when there's no fear head in the first, like, the rotation's changed now, so Torment's not at the start. It's much easier. I can get a good 20 million down before I get my first dead head, so. I do, but not in this team. This is my Nightmare team. The main primary damage dealer is Royal Guard. Royal Guard here will out-damage this entire team quite comfortably. So. But yeah, I don't think I need Cursed here. If I was to put on anyone, it would be Kantra. If I'm being honest. And then I would put Curing on Ugo, move Cruelty over to Nekmothar when I got more Awakening, and put Ugo into Miracle Heal. But until Ugo is at 5-star, Miracle Heal is rubbish. Miracle Heal is like the reverse Crushing Rend. Until you have a high Awakening, Miracle Heal is trash. You never put it on anyone. Once you get a high Awakening, 5-star is pretty good. It's not amazing. It's just pretty good. So. And then my Brutal team is this team. This is the team where I think Krisk being on Cursed will help Michinaki no end. I need to rebuild Michinaki so he has more damage. More speed. He's a bit slow at the moment. But just having an additional form of Hex is going to be so helpful to try and keep Michinaki's passive rolling. I find Michinaki on his own can't really keep up Hex. He needs support, and that's where I think Cursed will be very good. Because I don't really want to commit another Hex champion here. Because I've got good provoke coverage if it pops up where I've got both Krisk and Skull Lord. Skull Lord's providing a backup decreased defense, decreased attack as well. We've got Lydia just setting up the Whisper, and then Whisper basically does all the work here. She picks on a head and she just starts taking it out. The key thing is Michinaki is our backup DPS, but we just need more support with Hex. If I get more Hex out and more consistency, the Mischief head in this team kind of runs a bit riot. What I will potentially do, and I haven't really looked at it, is what I might do is instead of running Skull Lord, we run Ugo, so we get block buffs. Then we could potentially drop the Lydia out for someone else that's got Weaken and add a bit more flexibility. Maybe someone with strength and that isn't Lydia, but Lydia's quite strong. It's really hard to replace her. Like, you'd want someone that's got strengthen and weaken, which is very difficult to find, right? Shamael just takes too long. Crushing Rend is only good at 6-star, yeah. Unless you say it works everywhere else. Skull Lord is actually one of the best champions for provoke. He's a 2-turn provoke, and he places strength on himself, and he also has AoE decreased attack, but he also has insane base stats. So he can be built as a Mischief tank quite comfortably without any problems. Like, he's such an easy champion to build, but it's the 2-turn cooldown with a 1-turn provoke. So he's very good at being a provoke champion. He also places it, so there's no affinity issues. Like, this team, it doesn't matter if there's Poison Cloud out, because Krisk places... Krisk doesn't attack to provoke. Skull Lord doesn't attack to provoke. So I can provoke over the Poison Cloud. And it's 100% with both of them because they swap it. But it's probably excessive. Now, the only reason why it's not good right now to actually only have one provoke is this team has no crowd control. No turn meter control. So we don't actually cycle the same way with the Nightmare team with Nekmothar. We have no, like, we only have an increased speed. We have no one boosting turn meter, right? We don't have like a Morrigan or something of that nature to some extent, what I would like to do is take out Lydia and Skull Lord, bring in Ugo, so we get block buffs to control the Mischief Head a little bit more, and then maybe bring in someone who's got some turn meter boosting. To be honest, tell you who would be a great option for that team. Loriaka. We get a backup block debuffs for the Poison Head when Duchess is on cooldown. We get a decreased resistance to try and help us land some things in a different area. And she gets lots of turn meter, but the team also gets 20%. And we steal some buffs if the Mischief Head does get awry. Not a bad option. The other option is we can just bring in Razelvarg, potentially. I'm basically locked into having Duchess, Michinaki, Whisper. Those are the 3 lock-ins here. It's a Torment Head solution. It's also an increased attack for Whisper. I mean, we don't really need Duchess. Could run Uko. Absolutely could run Uko. But I think Uko's in my hard team, so we can't run Uko. Uko's in my hard team. So it's just, I feel like it lacks turn meter control. It could benefit from, like, you know, Rabbit doesn't really turn meter control. He doesn't do more than what Lydia does. He just adds more damage. We could just benefit from someone with, like, boosting turn meter, like a Morrigan, a Lysandra. Like, Kimmy's an option, but I don't really think it's, like, I find it very difficult to use in Hydra. I find it very unstable. Just because of various different reasons. So yeah, so I'm not too sure what I want to use in this team. But certainly this is the one team that I think a curse set is really good. Like, this is why I think Chris Kursk is good. Because Krisk doesn't really need to be in any specific sets. So having Krisk in a curse set where he's doing A2 and A1 both attacking could be very good. Right, and Whisper is going to do tremendously high single target damage. If I hit a dead head, then Whisper's going to do 1 million damage. How much damage that is splash damage? 1 million damage, right? That is going to be 10% of 1 million. So a cursed set will deal 100,000 extra damage to all enemies whenever Whisper uses A2 on a dead head. So it converts Whisper's damage from a 1 million to a 1.3 million. It's a lot. It's a very, very hard hitting. I think it's really good. So, with what stats? Whisper's about 7,000 attack. 7,000 attack, 262% crit damage. When she gets going, I think with a good curse set to support Michinaki, the DPS output from this team increases, and then we just need to add a little bit more stability to deal with the Mischief Head. So we could decide to just have Krisk as the provoker, drop Krisk in favor of drop Skull Lord in favor of Ugo. That gives us block buffs to stop the Mischief Head getting so out of control, and then trying to find more security for, maybe we drop maybe we drop Lydia to basically bring in someone who's got more turn meter control that can get us back round to Krisk a bit quicker. That's also got Weaken. We could look at that. I'll have to do a bit of deep diving to see which champions can do turn meter control with Weaken in their kit. Obviously, we could use Arbiter, but we want AoE, ideally. Like, ideally, we'd want an AoE Weaken, not a single target. So we'll have to have a look. I mean, I have 2 pieces of Cursed right now, Stiko. I've got to farm about a month's worth of Ice Golem, probably. And then for my hard team, to be honest, it's such an easy win. This is the only team that I've got Shamael, and I want to get rid of him. I don't want Shamael, but the fear is such a nasty thing to deal with here. But the concept with this team is we never let Artak use his A3, ideally, and we just burn constantly. Burn, burn, burn. All burning. Always all burning. So That's the concept with this team. And it does a lot of damage. We're talking... I think I did 40 million last week. I got it to like 20 million, just let it go on auto for a while. They pretty much get everyone out. Oella is in here just to provide stability and healing for the team. Uko is in here to provide the decrease attack, increase speed if I need it. But Theodore's doing increased speed here. This is like Theodore's most valuable team for me. He provides the increased speed. He also provides an extension and a weaken if there's not up. And he just keeps the team flowing, so I don't have to always use Uko's revive unless I need it. Uko is there for block buffs, decrease accuracy, and decrease attack. Actually really strong for it. He can also steal a few buffs if something goes a bit mental. So... yeah, I could use Michinaki and Provoke. But then I've got Michinaki in, like, Savage Lethal. I've gone full-on nuke with Michinaki. I'd rather kill things quicker than run the risk of it. So... oh, the bots decided to wake up, apparently. Everyone's becoming alerted to the new members. It's going a bit crazy. I have no idea why it's alerting everyone that's new members. Well, it's finished now. It's only like 2.5 hours late, right? On the bright side, reset has come in. So what do? Time to grind. Anything daily? No, it's cool. Let's go. It is the last burst of CvC points we can do right now. What have we got going on here? Oh, game. It wants to troll me. It gave me an Ileal, and now it's like, hey, look at that Yumako soul you could use. Oh. Look at it. I think 6-star Whisper Soul is not bad. It's very good. I think last stream we did a lot of math on what soul to get, but I think 6-star is really good. That's just mean, isn't it, right? It's just cruel to give me that. Ugh. Ugh. What are we doing? So, we need to do this. Grind some points. Where are we using Vildrax? Absolutely nowhere right now. I have champions with souls for things you wouldn't even believe. Yeah, if you've got your Seer already, then Whisper's probably one of the best epics you can get. I actually think she's one of the, like, best epics in the game. Because she is, like, if you haven't got a Crizia, she can do things that a Crizia can do. It's not anywhere near the same level of success, like, in terms of efficiency, but she's one of the few champions that can really punt damage at a boss in such a consistent manner. Very, very, very good champion. I wouldn't put 6-star. Well, Miracle Heal's quite good. I do find, though, Miracle Heal is like the poor man's curing now. Hey, Citizen. So, I don't know. I definitely think Whisper. I wouldn't say Rector. Whisper, though, was like, whew, huge. Because it's reset now, we basically spend points. We've got to grind. We've got to do faction wars. No, I don't think Rector's worth. I think that's probably pushing it. But definitely Whisper's tempting. You can tell tag team is coming to an end because look, all these people have put their defenses up now. Did the polymorph interrupt? Yeah, it does. It stops at the point of placing. So if you get polymorphed, you can't place any more debuffs. Oh yeah, if you've got 400 gold essence, then I think 100 on a Whisper is worth it. You'll have a lot of fun with that. I don't even know how you got 400 gold essence, man. That's crazy. I've barely had more than 100 in one go. Oh, really? There you go. Welcome to the world of why polymorph sucks. That Uko had 2 turnstone skin. He's now, like, he's going to come back with half his HP, no turn meter, nothing. No buffs, nothing. so bad. And that was a 1-star polymorph. But hey guys, only 5%, right? It's only 5%. It's not that bad. Like, ooh, I can get a legendary book. Ooh, that's good. We'll get that. I have no gold bars anymore. So I'm going to have to farm a ton more. What did I put myself in this week? Let's have a look. I put myself as A. Good. Excellent. We can use our books. I think we basically do. We're not going to do Marinix right now because we haven't actually got time to play with her. I think we don't need to book him. Well, we kind of do need to book his A1 at some point, but it's low value. I think we basically book Cisia, right? I think even our A1 needs booking. Like, ideally, we'd get the A3 there. Oh, no. How many books? It's like the worst possible. Everything's got 1 cooldown. Don't put the A1. Don't put the A1. Oh, it's done the A2, thankfully. Oh, it's the A3. Good. Right, so the burn is off cooldown. A2 has got 1 more to go. How many epics do we want to book? I don't really need to book him. I don't really need to book her anymore. We could book him up. He needs a lot of books, though. Oh, you can have 1 book. We should really book her up for damage. You don't really need to book in a law, but 20% damage would help. I don't think there's any epics in my thing. Champions, live refresh. We're just looking to see what epic champions we might want to book. No, 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 no. Not many, apparently, because I've booked most of them. Most of them are booked or some sort. Crazy. Probably... Honestly, I guess we just book... What is it? What is he missing? Books on that ability. Okay. So few champions I need to book epic-wise, but I'd rather use them for some points. Like, I can't book her because she's locked. Vogoth is just no point. Suppose we could book Fenax, a second Fenax up. I don't really know what I'm going to use him for, though. Just going to test him with a few things. I could book her up. But I only really use it for Dark Fae. I don't know. I have no idea what to book. What have I got in the silver faction? All my silver watches are booked. See, I've got my Nia booked. I've got like Mistrider booked. Kellen is booked. Elva's booked. Ailil's not booked. I actually don't know who to book. Up 33 epic books. I feel like I should use some of them. Like, I could put this guy with some books, but I mean, all I care about is the A3. Sorry, I need the rest. Just throw some books on him to get some points. Take us down to 20 or something. There you go. Get some points for the team. So send him up. Ascending is quite good. Believe it or not. Like, ascending champions is very good points. Never underestimate the value of ascending a few champions. 500 points. It's a really good burst. Basically as good as booking. What am I up to? Right, I'm over 400,000 now. That's good. That's healthy. What other things can we do here? We can go to Faction Wars. What we're doing right now is we are just grinding the last as many points as I can get. Ooh, a rare champion. Increase the champion's level. Boom, boom, boom. I must need to do... I'm going to have to do a lot of campaign battles. We need another champion training. I've got to do a lot of campaign battles. Fight classic arena 5 times. Sure thing. Time to put Lauren Lethal book to Duke's Defense Mastery. Yeah, I mean... Like, there's value in having a lore dealing damage, right? All of my... Wow, I don't even have enough to do that. Right now, all of my champions for the Dark Fate don't actually have masteries. So there would be a value in actually getting those champions with masteries to get War Master to speed that run up. I could probably save myself 20 seconds. But, like, I'm pretty ready for Sylvan Watchers because I've got Elva, I've got Oella, I've now got Aileel, I've got Green Warden Ruark, I think. I've also got all the epics. I've got 2 Ruellas. Like, Sylvan Watchers is... It's not like I need to prepare for it. Which is kind of what happened with Shadowkin. I had so many good champions by the time at different events and different things that I could just complete it. I know that's a privileged position to be in, but that is kind of like what... It's like very difficult to spend my resources because I have nothing to spend them on. Oh god, look at this nonsense. And we got 2 of them out. This is why Baron doesn't get used anymore, because once this happens, I can't do anything. I'm probably going to lose this now because I cannot do anything because of stupid Ultimate Death Knight. They need to do something about this as well. I can't use his A2. I can't lock him out. I'm going to get one shot. Gotta love it. I could probably take him out. Okay, we go again. Why didn't... Oh, it's because he's not... I forgot he's not Undead Hordes. It's fine. Wait, that actually doesn't benefit that dude. You just took all of Pythian's health. That really doesn't help him. There we go, he's dead now. Oh, for God's sake. Just gotta wait out the stupid Ultimate Death Knight. I'm beating him because I'm annoyed. Because I have to deal with this nonsense. Right. Now we can play the game. Revive. Take him out. Take him out. Put you back into protection because you could die. Stun lock. We get to play the game. Can we kill the ultimate Death Knight? No, apparently not. Right, well, there's one down. It's just a matter of time. Let's just do that. That. I have nothing on me. There we go. Hey, Cody. This is the problem with Ultimate Death Knight. He's never going to win a fight unless I go in stupidly and not think. But he takes such a long time. Like, it took me 2.5 minutes to win. Like, seriously. Just delete the champion. A waste of development that was. Would Cleopteryx be better than Ninja in Arena? Absolutely. Ninja's not very good in Arena. That's not bad. Keep that. Cleopteryx is by far better. The only annoying thing about Cleopteryx is her better damaging ability is the one that doesn't give you the crit buff. But how do you beat a Lydia Ultimate Death Knight Pythian Syl team? Block revive them one by one. Or bring a single target burst. I can probably breach that with a Baron if I can keep the Baron alive. Right? If you can breach it with a Baron, you can probably do it. I just need to do that way. As I said, I will die on this hill. I will refuse to use my Ultimate Death Knight because I think he is bad for the game. So I cannot justify using a champion I think is terrible. So I will not use him. Even if he's optimal, even if it can help, even if I was pushing Platinum Arena, I still wouldn't use him. Because I dislike the fundamental concept of his game design, which is sit there with no, basically put no gear on him other than 6-piece stone skin. Doesn't need accuracy, doesn't really need anything. Just sit there, be tanky and wait. Like, that's the whole point. You basically build him to do nothing. I don't like that concept. You build a champion to do something, not nothing. Exactly. You don't even need masteries. You don't need anything. You just sit there in 2-turn stone skin doing nothing. It's such a bad design for a game. Absolutely bad design. That should be 50 energy. Campaign, boom, boom. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm going to have to do a lot of campaigns soon. We need to do more spider. Can't you build more to the same way, but with crit rate, crit damage, and no speed and 6-piece Stone? Yeah, but it's not as, like, straightforward because I can still kill people with Mortu, right? The point is, Mortu needs to be attacked to get his passive. There's no guarantee his passive is going to be getting it. And eventually, you're going to need to take a turn with Mortu. But Mortu's passive will also power him forward in turn meters. You can't really run it the same way. The thing with Ultimate Death Knight is, the slower he goes, the better, because he basically, like, that Baron situation where I lost the fight. If Baron doesn't kill everyone with A3, I can't win. Can't do anything. Can't play the game. Oh, wow. Cold Heart died. It's pretty bad. Should still be okay, though, I think. Just about. So, I mean, arena defense it would work, yeah, because people that see mortar, they'll get scared. I use practically an ungeared mortar with just like resistance on it, just because it scares people away. They don't attack me. It's great fun. Hey Saf, would you mind to explain how individual champions' defense affects ally protection? I read the HHR up, but I'm not entirely sure. Essentially, it doesn't do anything. If that makes sense. Oh, look, mythical. So the way that it works is when a target attacks you and you've got ally protection, the transferred value of damage gets sent before any damage reduction actually happens. So in real terms, what that means is your raw damage, half of that is sent to the person protecting it. Then what happens is the protector takes that damage and attacks themselves. It's almost like self-damage. So the protector's defense value then reduces that 50% down by its defense. So what is more important is having a protector with a lot of defense and HP, because they're the ones that are going to be trying to neutralize the damage. The advantage with that, the way that it works is because you don't reduce the damage, the enemy also can't increase their damage, right? The damage you receive is not multiplied by any critical damage, anything like the clan boss's multiplicative effect, like the Gathering Fury. So it means you can basically halve the amount of actual raw damage the enemy can multiply, and then reduce that yourself by the protector. So in terms of the defense numbers, it's still important for your other champions to be reasonably tanky if you need to stay alive, because half of the damage is still going to hit those champions. But in terms of the ally protection effect, it's more important for the protector rather than the person getting attacked for the actual defense number. I hope that answers the question. That's all right. Ooh. That piece is... Alright, whatever. These boots are interesting. There have been times when I've had to use Venomage to kill Ultimate Death Knight to stop his healing. Yeah, I mean, his passive, when everyone dies, it is actually quite toxic a little bit. Yes, the reason why you don't want to have lots of crit damage on your protector is because when an enemy attacks you and it's a critical attack, it seems to leave the flag on that kind of goes, is this attack critical or not? So when 50% is then given to your protector, the protector attacks itself with 50% damage, and it transfers that, is this critical or not? So if you have like lots of crit damage, then you're going to like critically strike yourself, then multiply it by your own crit damage, because effectively the damage is now a self-hit. It's no longer an enemy hit. So crit rate is not important. Crit damage is. You can have your protector with 100% crit rate, just have low crit damage. Not substantially, like you don't need to go to the nth degree where it's like, you know, you can't have any. You can have a little bit, but just keep your crit damage low. Triple roll. Oh, still good though. What else do we need to do? Unlock a mastery. Who's got a mastery? Oh, you got a mastery, look. You can have, I don't know, that. I don't use you anyway. Claim. Fine classic team. I gotta wait 44 minutes. Great. Can't get a free refill. The beast has awoken. Right, so we need to fight one more tag team. Oh, I gotta fight a proper fight. Fine, okay. Do I want to fight a +4? No. Okay, I gotta fight a proper fight. Who is a proper fight to fight here? you up against that. Let's put you up against that. So we'll go with that. Right, can we beat this? Can we do it? Attack me. Diddums. Finish yet? Oh, okay. Oh, still going. Still going. There we go. What do we got going on here? Oh, he's stone skin. Oh, it's a shame, isn't it? Thank you. Have that, Ultimate Death Knight. I'll raise you one OP pick with another OP pick. And then I go, unleash the fury. Okay, well, that's a bit annoying. All right. Okay. It's a bit cheaty. That's a bit annoying, I'll be honest. That's the most annoying that could have been. We just kind of... Well, we can kill him. And then we just get rid of her. We can't because Ultimate Death Knight. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind. Alright, kill him. Kill him again. There you go. That's it. Right, come on. Take him out. No, okay. Not quite yet. Take some buffs away. Oh. Oh, Lord above. Kill it again. He's dead. Take it out. Oh, it's got swift parry. Oh, this arena fight is doing my mind in. I've like killed him 4 times. Kill him again. There we go. Thank you, Vlads. Oh, my Vlad actually goes down and decreased defense. I've got to be at 3%. And then this is the wonderful thing about this setup. Block everyone off. One shots. Apart from Asuka. Honestly, it's just so like he's not like ever gonna result in a win. That's what frustrates me. I've never seen a team beat me by just the champion's power. I've lost to him when I've been stupid. 3 faction without losing. Okay. So I'm just going to finish off these last few things. We're going to have a look at CvC, see how we're doing, and then I'm going to end the stream once I've finished these different checks, and we'll see what we're going to do. I will be back tomorrow, though. We're going to do a back-to-back stream, back into a normal schedule. Hopefully the videos will start flowing again as well, now that I'm back up and running with my new Uber Power PC. The beast. Not quite the beast that Fix has got, but it's pretty much up there. They're both beastly. Well, actually, it probably is now. Graphics card is a beast. It's a monster. I've got Night Revs. Night Revs is actually quite annoying. Like, this is where Fortis is really good, like Night Revs. Because we can fear those Valkyries, which is really helpful. I'll show you now how crazy it is. 21. Super Raids. Like, we could bring Theodore if we want. We don't need him. That's a bit annoying. So, we just, like, put you there. Fear. We're saving our abilities. Boom. Boof. See, he does hit hard. People, like, don't give him enough credit. He hits hard. Just fear. I do think some of his abilities should be true fear, right? I mean, his passive should be true fear. Come on now. He's a void legendary. Oh, I gotta change Shemnath out of Provoke now. She was still built as if the old sets worked. Smash that. But like, literally, you see what I mean? How the control I've got here now? He's strong. Like... people just don't respect his strength, I guess. I didn't want to hit him. Oops, he died. It's a shame, isn't it? I'll kill this dude. I actually might need to bring some healing in here. We'll see now. Smash. Well, that's pretty good. Smash you for some damage. We'll find out. Ugh. We'll get you down. Thank you. We might be alright. If we can one-shot before... there we go. Boom. Easy! Yeah, I used her a lot. She's really good for clan boss damage. And she was really good at 1.4. Hydra provoking, but now not so good because they changed the sets. She used to be one of the best provokers because her A3 was 3 individual rolls. But they changed it now so that it's only 1 roll now, so it's not as good. But she's still pretty good. Yes, okay, cool. Boof. Let's go punt that for some damage. Fear. Kill. 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 Lock him out. That thing over there is scaring me a little bit. Should be fine though. Zoof. So people that say Fortress can't deal damage is not true. Can he deal the damage you want him to deal? Probably not. Oh, I should not have done that, I think. That was a mistake. I think I'm going to get that back sent to me now. That's bad. Should be okay though. Let's do that. Send the debuff back. That's what she's quite useful for there, right? If you look, I actually sent the debuff back that I got, and I also extended the duration. It's actually quite good. This is why this is a problem, because I've got to kill this thing. And not die. Oh, heal. I need to heal. Here we go. 1, 2. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. Boof. Well, and Whisper. She 3-shot it. Whisper just 3-shot the boss. Ooh, 6-star speed glyphs. Yes. 1 down. Oh, this one's a nightmare as well. Probably use Countess Licks now. Oh, I probably don't need you. I could probably use you now. Right, we could probably just do that. Seeing as though I have a 334 Countess Licks, I might as well use it. Pretty sure. I mean, I don't think I need to manual it, but just to be safe. I don't know what wave is on wave 2. Let's find out. Okay. Oh, it's the Valkyrie wave. It's alright. I should be able to do this. Lock everyone out. Countess Licks. Low-key powerful. We want to just hold that a second. want to get back around to Countess Lix's ability. Let's do that. It's fine. Boof, boof, boof. Like, she's so good at turn meter control. Now we can start, like, ripping them apart. Don't really care about this now. I'm dedicated. I feel like I haven't streamed in a while, but we're not far away now. I need to take him out. We're probably going to just do this. And then end it. We're just basically trying to get as many last minute CvC points we can for the clan right now, so that we have a good chance of winning. Let's drop the speeds. But now we can do this. Burn. Drop the burn. Yes. Look at that. Extend the burn. I feel like I finally unlocked the power of Cecilia now that she's booked somewhat. She's not perfect, because we still need some more books, but... let's just kill you. Hit you. Oh, that's annoying. Fears. Activate. Oof. Okay, well, we were going well there. Boof. Kill it. There we go. You know, just doing 21, it's still not crazy points, like, but it's one book, so... Night Duchy. I can probably use my burners here, to be honest. I could probably just do this. Speed this up a bit. Let's do that. Get back around to the abilities. We need to wait for that A3 now. So I probably need to slow my damage. I've probably messed this up because I probably killed him too quickly, I'll be honest. In my effort to make this go faster, I probably messed it up. So this is going to buff their turn meter. Boof. Kill the owl, hopefully. Uh-oh. I messed this up. This might be doomed. I might have doomed this run. Let's do that now, what's the point? Yeah, I've doomed this run. I went too quickly. Control is everything. I just killed it too quickly on wave 1. I shouldn't have used the A3. I can use this. It's fine, because I'll get back around to that. That's fine. Oh, look at those relentless procs go. I guess we just spread some debuffs. Look how many debuff spreads we got there. Like 6-turn burn. Jeez. Crazy. Magnar is really good at spreading those burns. 7-turn cooldown. 7-turn duration, like. Okay, this time we're okay, because we can just lock them all out. Take him out, so he's not a problem. I don't really care. Boost everyone. Boom. Slow him down. Start taking him out. This is how you deal with Valk waves. Slow and steady. Make sure you lock them out at the start, and then you're normally cooking on gas. If you kind of go too quickly, you don't have any control. Champions, like, block active skills is so powerful here. Just gives me the opportunity to control them. That's why I think Bistophus in Night Revs used to be one of the hardest waves, was such a game changer when they bug fixed him and they actually give him AoE block active skills. Just made him much easier to play. Might just weak gun. Boof. Boof. Burn. Drop. Extend. Slow him down. Drop the turn meters. How are you guys doing with your CvCs? Are you winning? Are you losing? Ours has been really stressful. It's probably been our, like, tightest battle in a very long time. Four 0. Wow, nice. How did he full heal? Stupid allies. Winning. Losing by 200k. Ooh. See ya, bring back common sense. Lovely name. Getting hammered. Oh, it's the worst feel. What's it healing from, like? Oh, it should be dead now, right? It should be it. There we go. 4 mil. Ooh. Another 6-star. Double 6-star speed glyph today. That's awesome. Really good. Appreciation pack claim. That's awesome. Crazy good. Don't get that often. Boom. Boom. We haven't got any arena fights, so can't do that. Collect that, collect that. We do have tag team refills though, but I mean, hey, we got some refills. Let's go. Let's go. Refills. Winning by 100,000. Have a look at where our clan is now. Right, guys, I am going to end the stream there. I'm fading. How many do I have? Not many, like 4. I spend them way too much. I am fading. It has been a great stream. Thanks for everyone who has joined. I will be back tomorrow, where we will be hopefully testing that Fury test. We will be re-gearing the man-eaters with a bit of luck, and we will test the concept to see if Fury is actually all it is clocked up to be. We'll have a look. But have a nice evening. Hope you have success in your clan versus clan. And I will catch you in the next stream. Let's see if my ending button's going to work, shall we? The other buttons didn't. Is ending going to work? Ending works. There you go.
One of these nights I'll get everything straight, fix this mess that I've made. Someday, hang on my friend while I work out a plan to make this